welcome to day 2 of our conference on Evagrius and life works. I hope everyone had a wonderful rest. How's everyone feeling today? Good? Okay. Really, the joy so far for me has been meeting each of you, and I'm very happy to have our online presence as well, but just to also facilitate the amazing conversations I've been overhearing, especially last night at dinner, during the breaks. So it's just been wonderful. So thank you for making this possible. So without any further ado, I actually want to make one or two very brief announcements before I introduce Father Triger. We have some details for you. I shared the booklet both online in PDF format, but also if you have this booklet with you in print. At the very front, I have some instructions there for the SNTR, Saint Narcissus Theological Review, some details about the publication, and I would like to invite my colleague, Dr. Hintilian, to give a few instructions and words in regard to the publication. If there have been a couple questions that have come up so far, I think it'll be very nice to allow her to give a few clarifications.
Yeah, so if you turn to the back of the booklet, we have some information. We're going to be publishing at least one volume of conference proceedings, possibly two, depending on how many submissions we get. It's not required. You don't have to submit your paper, but we ask that you do give the SNTR first consideration if you are going to publish your paper. And we do want to get these out in a timely fashion. So we have the information in here. We're going to ask that, and we'll be in touch with you later in the summer, but we're going to ask that you submit by September 15th. If you have particular questions about formatting or style guide, the basic information is here. We're going to be following Chicago formatting. We also have a document on the St. Narcissus website and on Catholic University Press's website for the SNTR journal with more specifics about formatting. But if you have particular questions about typesetting, etc., I've already talked to Joel about this morning, please feel free to be in touch with both the SNTR email that's given in here, and you can also be in touch with me personally. I'll be managing that process. If you have questions about the SNTR more generally, we have several SNTR board members here, myself, Ani, Jesse, Roberta. We would all be happy to answer questions about the SNTR, its history, its mission, etc. But yeah, I know we want to get started this morning, so I think feel free to be in touch with us, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Excellent. Thank you, Julia. Well, let us begin.
September 15th. Yes, that's what we're aiming for. A little bit of flexibility, but you didn't hear me say that. It's September 15th. It's academia we're talking about, but
yes. We don't say the Armenian September 15th.
The Armenian September 15th.
Excellent. Well, thank you. Thank you for that helpful comments, Julia. So let us begin. I would love to take a minute to introduce Father Alexander Triger. Alexander Triger is a professor of religious studies at Dalhousie University. He is the editor of the book series Arabic Christianity, Texts and Studies, published by Brill, and the author of the Church Fathers in Arabic Translations, published in 2025. He is also an Orthodox priest, an OCA priest, serving the parish of St. Vladimir in Halifax, Nova Scotia, and he is joining us from Nova Scotia today. Is that correct, Father Triger?
Yes.
Thank you very much for joining us. The platform's yours.
Thank you very much, Professor Shahinian, and Professor Irvin. Also, thank you very much for the kind invitation to join this really wonderful conference. I've been listening to the papers yesterday, and I've learned so much already. I have to say at the outset that I'm actually not really a specialist in
Halo?
Yes.
Halo, szczęść Boże. Widzę, że pan mnie unika.
Nie unikam,
tylko akurat ksiądz zadzwonił jak obiad był rodzinny.
Okay. There's some kind of noise. Okay. So I, by any stretch of imagination, I cannot call myself a specialist in Evagrius. And I'm really awed at the opportunity to speak before such a gathering of real Evagrian scholars. Nonetheless, I hope I will be able to present something that will be of interest for the legacy of Evagrius in later Greek and Arabic literature. Now, I also know I'm going to probably disappoint you because you are you are really expecting me to resolve the question of whether or not Evagrius is actually in the noetic paradise. That is to say, whether he is contemplating God in his mind or nous. This is not something I'm going to address today. Rather, I'm going to speak about the influence of Evagrius on a treatise called The Noetic Paradise. Before I actually get to Evagrius, I have to say a few things about this treatise. This is, before I go on, can you all see my PowerPoint presentation? Okay, so excellent. Okay. So you see here, actually, on the right side, you see an image of one of the manuscripts of the Noetic Paradise, Al-Firdaus al-Aqli in Arabic. This is a text actually not written originally in Arabic. I believe it's a Greek text. But for all we know, it's lost in Greek. So it's a late patristic Greek text, but lost in Greek. And all we have is, as far as I know, is this Arabic translation. I think the value of this Arabic translation is really tremendous because it allows us to uncover a text that really would fit right into the Philokalia. The Philokalia was, of course, mentioned yesterday by my colleague and friend Adrian Pirter. This is the 18th century collection of the Neptic Fathers, so-called, which also includes writings of Evagrius, but of many other church fathers, and of course, the influence of Evagrius on those other church fathers is pervasive. So this particular treatise, if it were not lost in Greek, I would argue could very well have made it into the Philokalia. So a few comments about the content of this work, The Noetic Paradise. The framework of this treatise is based on the story of the fall. The paradise, which is referenced in the title, is the angelic realm out of which the human mind, and that is nous, of course, in Greek, aql in Arabic, was expelled after the fall. The text embarks on an analysis of virtues and vices, delineating the ways in which one should till the earth of one's heart. This is an expression basically that goes to the Macarian homilies and appears in St. Maximus the Confessor also prominently. Cultivating the virtues, combating the vices, to have one's mind purified and readmitted to the Noetic Paradise. So this is the framework of the treatise, and I'm just going to give you a sample of the text. There are some quotations basically from the beginning of the text. I'm just going to read a little bit to give you a sense of what this treatise is arguing. The Holy Gospel calls human heart earth because God, may he be praised, created Adam, the first fashioned, making his body out of the four elements, while his spirit is heavenly and visible, living and noetic, created in God's image and likeness. In the earth of his heart, God planted the trees of all the virtues, the image, of course, of the trees being virtues goes all the way to Philo of Alexandria. So these are, according to the Noetic Paradise, God's exalted qualities. He commanded him to till and cultivate the paradise of the heart, preserving it and delighting in its spiritual noetic fruits like the angel. His mind, which is his invisible hidden man, al-insan al-batin alladhi la yura, is God's image and likeness. His heart had the trees of virtues planted in it, etc., etc. I'm going to skip here, but basically what is happening later on is that we have a fall, and this fall is twofold. So on the one hand, so basically the author of the Noetic Paradise postulates two paradises effectively, which is a teaching that we see in many church fathers. John of Damascus, for example, speaks about the paradise being double, and one finds this idea in many church fathers and Byzantine writers as well, because the human being is double, so the paradise was double as well. Basically what is happening is that we have a simultaneous fall of the mind out of the noetic paradise and of the body out of the physical paradise, the actual garden, let's say, that was planted by God in the East. Now, this doctrine of a double fall, I find it quite intriguing and unique. So yes, we do have many references to the double paradise, but I'm not very familiar, and maybe you will help me here by providing parallels if there are any. But I'm not familiar with really a discussion of a double fall. Now, there is actually something quite interesting, and one easily thinks about what is habitually called Origenism. We talked about that yesterday, and Professor István Percel, of course, noted that this is not a very helpful term, and it's better maybe to refer that to this phenomenon as Christian Platonism. But in the so-called Origenism, and of course Evagrius as well, we have also a kind of double fall, except that this double fall is sequential, so to speak. So there is the first creation of the henad of the rational beings, which then fall away from God, and this fall is sort of happens in different degrees, and those rational beings acquire different bodies depending on how far they have fallen. So there is, however, a difference between this Origenist conception on the one hand and the noetic paradise on the other. But maybe this difference shouldn't be overstated. I'm wondering, I'm thinking about this aloud. So the difference that I have in mind is obviously the sequentiality of the fall on the Origenist view, and the simultaneity of both falls in the noetic paradise. However, maybe this difference shouldn't be overstated, because what do we mean really about when we speak about sequentiality in the Origenist worldview? Arguably, all these events happened outside of time. So in that case, we could also speak about sequentiality, which is really metaphysical and causal rather than temporal. So maybe this is not such a huge difference in any case. Now, a few words about sort of, how we position this noetic paradise and what this text is. Since the treatise is preserved in Arabic and is lost in the original Greek, we have no choice but basically to work back from the Arabic to the underlying Greek. There is really no other solution. So the big question is, of course, the lost Greek original. What can be said about it? And just a few pointers here. The chronological framework. Okay, so when was this text written? Basically, I think it has to have been written between the 8th and the 10th centuries. The 8th century is the earliest date because it actually cites and uses a lot of 7th century authorities. It uses and cites St. John Climacus, It also uses St. Maximus the Confessor, though without attribution, and so on. So I think the 8th century is realistically the earliest date for this text. And in the early 11th century, it's already translated into Arabic. So that really sets very firm boundaries. Okay, we have those 3 centuries, the 8th, the 9th, and the 10th, when it could have been written. We don't really know who wrote the text. It's anonymous in most manuscripts. Yes, it's true, some manuscripts actually ascribe it to Gregory of Nyssa. That is, of course, impossible for chronological reasons, because Gregory of Nyssa is too early to have cited John of Damascus and Maximus the Confessor. It's also ascribed in some manuscripts to John of Damascus, and of course, chronologically, that would fit very well. The problem is that I don't really see anything that would be characteristic of John of Damascus in this text at all. There is no interest in Christology, for example, at all, and John of Damascus, I mean, he never really misses an opportunity to score a Christological point. So it would be a very characteristic, very uncharacteristic of John of Damascus if he were the author of this text. So I really don't think that's the case. Now, very briefly, I'm not going to go into this. We have no time because I have to get to Evagrius. But just a quick comment is that there are 2 significant influences before we get to Evagrius on this text. One is the Macarian homilies, and I have a passage here in Greek and in English. So those intelligible trees of a noetic paradise. This is Macarius. So I believe actually the title, the Noetic Paradise, really comes straight out of the Macarian homilies. And here you see basically a parallel between the Noetic Paradise and Maximus. Again, I'm not going to comment on it, but you can see here that the Noetic Paradise uses Maximus's chapters on love, and I think other works as well. Now, we have to get to Evagrius, and now basically what I have been doing, first of all, I'm editing this text, but this is a very long project because the text is very extensive. But I'm also trying to situate this text in the history of Greek ascetic literature. And I thought that the best way of doing that was to investigate its sources, because by investigating the sources, we sort of we can figure out which books the author had in his library, and maybe we will be able to pinpoint his intellectual milieu better. So I worked on this question of sources quite extensively, and Evagrius is something that that I have focused on as well. I do believe that the author is influenced by Evagrius. Whether that's direct influence or not is difficult to say, but there are some themes that are distinctively Evagrian. For example, of course, if we look at the terminology, we are going to see some of the terms that are characteristic of Evagrius, but of course later authors as well. So mind, nous, is everywhere. Of course, that's not surprising. Thoughts, logismoi, are also pretty much everywhere in this text, which is an Evagrian term. The concept of passionlessness, apatheia, in Arabic, adam al-alam, is also pretty much everywhere in this text. But again, I mean, it's something that we find in later authors influenced by Evagrius. There is something that is perhaps maybe a little bit more distinctively Evagrian. The text uses the concept of pure prayer, kathara prosephi, in Evagrius, and you see one passage here on the left. I have highlighted pure prayer. The context is kind of suggestive too. One second. I actually have to. Okay, yeah. So, the nous yearns to love God, to converse with Him in pure prayer, to behold God in spiritual theoria, etc. So, so this is kind of vaguely Evagrian. There is another passage which is on the right top, and this actually really almost sounds like Evagrius. So here is my translation from the Arabic. Whoever has released his mind from the many sensory impressions by spiritual contemplations and pure and unalloyed prayer has acquired the mystical service by means of which he will speak about God, being illumined only by the true light of divinity. So several things are very Evagrian here. One is, I mean, some themes are, of course, general, okay, theoria, etc. But this thing, for example, that the mind has to be freed from impressions. This is an Evagrian theme. Columbus Stewart has an article about imageless prayer in Evagrius Ponticus, and of course, this is all well known that when we stand before God in prayer, we have to be unimprinted, ateupotos, as Evagrius says. Only then does divine light shine upon us when depictions of things are suppressed. And also, actually, this phrase here that he will speak about God, I think maybe this is a mistranslation, because to me this really echoes Evagrius's famous phrase about prayer, that this is conversation of the mind with God, homilia nou pros theon. So I think it's not we'll speak about God, but again, assuming this is a mistranslation. So this person will basically speak to God, converse with God, in his mind being illumined by the true light of divinity. Anyway, this sounds to me like maybe one of the most Evagrian passages in this work. There are other things as well. So, for example, there is a commentary in the text on the there is the gospel passage where an unclean spirit is expelled and then returns with 7 spirits worse than itself. Of course, basically, the Noetic Paradise provides a list of the Evagrian logismoi, with only acedia omitted, but also acedia has a prominent place in the Noetic Paradise. In Arabic, this is dajar, and it's consistently presented as the opposite of patience, of perseverance, hypomone, which is what we find in Evagrius as well, for example, on the vices opposed to the virtues and other works. So here you see a kind of definition of patience, of perseverance, and acedia, where they are presented as opposites of one another. Now there are other themes that I think resonate very clearly with Evagrius. 1 second, I'm going to move to the next slide. Okay. Oh no, sorry. Sorry. Okay, this one. Okay. So on the left, you actually see 3 quotations from Evagrius. The first one is from the Kephalaia Gnostica. The first paragraph of the second one is basically from the Praktikos, and the third one is from the treatise to Eulogius. So all those quotations basically speak about how evil thoughts can come from thumos, irascibility, and epithumia, concupiscence, and how those passions basically can be used against one another, can be used in a natural, sorry, not those passions, but how thumos and epithumia can be used in a good and in an evil way. So when they're used against nature, then of course the result is evil. But they can also be used in accordance with nature, in which case the result is good. So, for example, from the Practicos, the nature of the irascible part is to fight against the demons and to struggle over any sort of pleasure. And so the angels, on the one hand, suggest to us spiritual pleasure and the blessedness that will come from it, and they urge us to turn our irascibility against the demons, right? So we have to be angry with the demons, not with our neighbor. But the demons do the opposite. They want us to use the irascible part with other people, to fight with them, etc., etc., etc. So anyway, we have something very similar in the Noetic Paradise, not an exact quotation to be sure, but something that resonates with Evagrius. So the concupiscent faculty was made by the Creator so that by its means he might have desire for heavenly goods, noetic virtues, and beholding the divine beauties. But it was struck by the rust of desire for sensory matters and earthly possessions. A similar thing, similar kind of negative transformation has happened to the irascible faculty, where we should use it to get angry at the reasonings of the deceiver, but it was struck by the rust of anger against the neighbor, and so again it's used against nature, very sort of in line with Evagrius's teachings. Another sort of Evagrian theme, and I realize I probably should finish soon. I'm going to. It's coming closer to the end now. So there is something interesting in chapter 17 of the Noetic Paradise. The author distinguishes three kinds of theoria, three kinds of contemplation. So he calls them demonic theoria, material or hulic theoria, and spiritual theoria. There is a long description here. I'm not going to read it, but again, this is something that resonates with Evagrius. So, for example, here is a passage from Evagrius's work on thoughts. It's not exactly theoria, but he differentiates three different types of thinking about things. We can do that angelically. We can do that demonically, and we can do that humanly. Again, not exactly the same terminology, and but the idea is very similar at any rate. Now, here is something also very intriguing, and this is my last observation, and I'm sure a careful reading of the Noetic Paradise will actually result in more observations like that. Those are just very first impressions. But here is a very interesting phrase. So when the Noetic Paradise describes the spiritual theoria, one of the points he makes is that we contemplate the creator of the minds, Bari al-Okul. And then he says something interesting. These minds are one in essence, but they are diverse in their quantities and their acts. And the creator is more refined, leptoteros or something like that, or I'm not sure what this translates. Is much more refined than they are. Okay, so this is very interesting. So it actually something that really comes closest, I think, in the Noetic Paradise to what we call originism. So apparently the creator created many minds. This brings to mind the henad of the rational beings, and also the author claims that all those minds are one in essence, but they are diverse, or they have become diverse in terms of quantity and in terms of action. And I have here a quote from Istvan Percel's article on Suda Caesarius, and we see here something quite interesting. So it's and of course he has very important analysis also of this passage in his article. But basically, the idea is that that the rational souls of the mortals, okay, so our souls, but those of course are, you know, going back to the original henad of the rational beings, they're of the same substance, okay. Tauton euparchusai te usiai. So this is kind of an interesting parallel, but of course according to the rank, state, etc., position, service, attention, changes, alterations. So they fell in various degrees. This is a very similar, significant parallel, I think. Again, not, you know, I'm not saying this is a verbal quotation from Susa Caesarius or anything like that, but there is, I mean, it seems that it comes from a similar source or represents a similar worldview at any rate. I'll have to leave it at that. Those are my observations on the Evagrian dimension in the noetic paradise, and together with other influences, other sources, I think this all may help us in the future define more precisely who the author of the noetic paradise may have been, where he lived, where he was active, and what kind of intellectual milieu he was coming from. And I'll conclude just by saying that I will very much welcome your questions and observations. Again, my observations are probably very basic. Again, you know, me not being a specialist, strictly speaking, in Evagrian materials, so I'm looking forward to our discussion and to learning from your observations as well. So thank you for this opportunity to present this material to you.
Thank you, Father Trager. We will reserve our questions for the moment when we finish the panel and have our discussion session. But now I would like to take the opportunity to welcome Father Francis Tiso. Okay, I've heard both pronounced. There we go. I wanted to clarify. Father Francis Tiso holds an AB in medieval studies from Cornell University. He earned a Master's of Divinity at Harvard University and holds a doctorate from Columbia and Union Theological Seminary, specializing in Buddhist studies. He was an associate director of the Secretariat for Ecumenical and Interreligious Affairs of the U.S. Conference of Catholic Bishops from 2004-2009, where he served as a liaison to Islam, Hinduism, Buddhism, the Sikhs, and the traditional religions, as well as the Reformed confessions. He is a priest of the Diocese of Snarnia, Bernafro, which is where you're coming from in Italy today. Is that right? Welcome. Where he now serves as a chaplain to migrant communities in the province of Isernia and a canon in the cathedral. He is assigned as diocese delegate for ecumenical and interreligious affairs. He was recently elected to the board of directors of Mind and Life Europe, which promotes research in neuroscience, philosophy, contemplative traditions. His work includes Liberation in One Life, published in 2014, and Rainbow Body of Resurrection, published in 2016, 2 books on Tibetan studies. He is the recipient of grants from American Academy of Religion, the American Philosophical Society, Palmer's Fund, the Centro Incontria Umani, and the Institute of Noetic Sciences. Welcome. So wonderful to have you in person, and thank you for traveling so far to be with us.
All right. Good morning, everyone. It's good to be here. This is a wonderful opportunity to come home to Westchester County, where I grew up, from my place now in Italy. over the past 30 years, I've been reading Evagrius of Pontus in comparison with Buddhist philosophical texts. And you will see, perhaps in my bibliography, reference to an early article in which I tried to back translate from the Greek fragments, especially on perception in Evagrius, and to see what that would look like in Sanskrit, an experimental project which has intrigued a number of people. And this is a little icon of
Yes.
Evagrius, which I think.
So then you just go.
There. Okay. Okay. We'll do this one. So anyway, in the course of that research, I published a book on the paranormal post-mortem phenomenon of the rainbow body in Eastern Tibet. In that work, I attempted to trace an hitherto underexplored dialogue between the Syriacs of the East and Buddhists of Central Asia, China, and Tibet, mainly in the 8th century. The evidence for this dialogue is richly described in Matteo Nicolini Zani's book, The Luminous Way to the East, now published in an expanded version in 2022. And I've discovered other bits of evidence in the collections of manuscripts found at Turfan and Dunhuang, two important centers of the Great Silk Road. I think we have credible evidence for an exchange of ideas between the Buddhists and the Christians in the period that interests us. And it's actually quite interesting. The previous paper brings up some of the same themes that turn up in these documents and other related material. For example, we have the Chinese Christian, that is Jingzhao, okay, religion of light, texts from Dunhuang, which recent research using photographic reproductions of the priceless original documents has confirmed as being authentic, high-quality literary achievements. We also have the divination text, Paleo 351, which I will now click on, and there we are. This is a treasure, in which a Tibetan Buddhist writer was able to link Jesus the Messiah, Ishi Mi Shiha, with Vajrapani and Shakyamuni as helpers of mankind. Let me point this out to you. If you don't know Tibetan, you can still figure this one out. Look at this. Ishi Mi Shiha. Okay, Jesus the Messiah. All right, and if you know Syriac, you can already see where the roots of that are coming from. I mean, the M in Tibetan almost looks like an M in Sanskrit and even in our own alphabet. But he places alongside Ishimishiha with Vajrapani and Shakyamuni as helpers of mankind, alluding to Christian creedal formulas, sitting at the right hand of the Father, and the Syriac Christian belief in 7 heavens. Nyamrimpadun in Tibetan. All right, the 7 heavens. Remember that in the Dionysian corpus we have 9, but in the Syriac and Hebraic tradition we have 7. We also have the important historical stele of 781 that describes in noteworthy detail the progress of the church in China from about 635 to 781, when the stele was actually carved. The evidence is persuasive that the author of this text, the Chorepiscopus Jingjing, was also the author of the 2 works, and perhaps others we will examine somewhat briefly in this paper. The same Jingjing, also in Syriac as Adam, along with his father Yazdebozhid, also known as the priest Yisi, had come to Tang Dynasty China from Bactriana in what is now Afghanistan, probably during the An-Lushan Rebellion, 755 to 763. Their native languages were probably an early form of Farsi, that is, Middle Persian, or perhaps even Aramaic Syriac, the language of the Church of the East. Here's the stele of 781 in a reproduction. In the year after the erection of the Great Stele, a Buddhist monk from Balkh or Kapisi, in other words, Bactriana, named Prajna, arrived in the Tang capital of Xi'an or Chang'an after a long voyage in India, bringing priceless manuscripts of the Dharma to be translated into Chinese. Here we get a little bit of an idea of what we're talking about. It's a vast distance from Bactriana, which is, of course, now Afghanistan, all the way to the Tang capital. Perhaps because of their common geographical and linguistic connections, Jingjing and Prajna became friends and collaborators. Prajna learned Chinese from Jingjing, who was evidently already well versed in Buddhist terminology in Chinese, as can be seen in the text of the Great Stele itself and in the earlier Chinese Christian texts. Todd Godwin in 2016 gives a very good essay discussing the controversies around the collaboration of these two remarkable individuals, let's see if I can, here we go. Prajna, together with Jingjing, a Persian monk of the monastery of Dakin, translated the Sat Paramita Sutra in 7 scrolls on the basis of a Central Asian text. I doubt that this is correct. This is what they say to criticize them. The text was probably in Sanskrit. Because at that time Prajna was not familiar with that language and did not understand the Chinese language, while Jingjing did not know Sanskrit, so although they pretended to be translating the text, yet in reality they could not obtain half of its gems, that is its real meaning. This is the classic criticism that was leveled against their collaborative translation effort. People like Todd Godwin and myself have been questioning whether this description is actually nothing more than a fulmination of jealousy on the part of someone, because Prajna later became the head of the very translation bureau that supposedly presented this memorial to the throne, all right, and showed himself a masterful translator of Chinese, all right, of Sanskrit into Chinese, clearly having been taught by the brilliant Jingjing. Although some scholars take seriously a notorious criticism of their collaboration that was presented as a memorial to the imperial throne, it is interesting for our purposes to note that Prajna grew immensely in prestige and influence after studying with Jingjing. He became one of the main teachers of the Japanese monk Kukai Kobodashi, founder of the Shingon sect. Kukai relates that Prajna bestowed 2 important Buddhist scriptures on him before his return journey to Japan: the Gandavyuha Sutra, a key portion of the Avatamsaka Sutra, which is one of the greatest Mahayana sutras, in which learning from a variety of teachers is advocated, and the Sat Prajna Paramita Sutra, probably the Prajna Paramita Sutra for a humane king to protect his country, which is different from the one that he did with Jingjing, but very closely related to it, and there's a whole story behind that. Possibly a different version, which it turns out to be an esoteric Buddhist text describing rituals offering the promise of protection of a kingdom from its enemies and for which he had been criticized. Now, had this translation been a lingering source of embarrassment, why did he proudly present a related text to Kukai, along with the masterful Gandavyuha Sutra, as 2 scriptures that were destined to bring many Japanese to enlightenment? Prajna, in fact, had become the head of the Imperial Buddhist Translation Institute at the Chongfusi Monastery, evidently having silenced his critics. These introductory remarks take us to our point of departure with the trajectory of Evagrius of Pontus toward the Syriac Christian world. In fact, reading the literature on Jingzhou, hardly anyone has made the connection between the Chinese Jingzhou Christian texts of the Tang Dynasty and the Syriac mystics that have been studied so brilliantly by Robert Boulay, among others. All attention has gone toward the Buddhist terminology and the imitation of Buddhist sutras. Indeed, it is not difficult to find Buddhist and Taoist terminology in these remarkable texts. Yet apart from the biblical, liturgical, and hagiographical texts that have been found and deciphered, there is hardly anything in Chinese that securely continues the Evagrian trajectory so prominent in the writings of the Syriac mystics. Granted, there are the precious Sogdian Christian manuscripts that include a fragmentary summary of Joseph Hazaya's treatise on the three stages of the spiritual life, right? And Evagrius's Antiretikos and Isaac of Nineveh's Gnostic chapters. In Chinese Jingjiao text, the only citation of these authors may be in the Sanji Jing, the book on the three steps, which is text B from Nicolini Zani, which he thinks may have been one of the works on the three stages of the spiritual life, body, psychic, and spiritual, typical of the Evagrian trajectory in Syriac spirituality. Here we have that wonderful and grossly neglected book by Robert Boulay, La Lumière sans forme, which gives us an anthology and discussion of our Syriac mystics. So Robert Boulay, the Carmelite friar who dedicated his life to the Syriac mystics, ought to be a valuable source for the background of the mission to China. When we read Boulay's few published works, we are simultaneously aware that this author does not make reference to Buddhist terminology and does not mention the Jingjiao texts. However, the Christian mysticism that Boulay unearthed in his many years of research in Baghdad discloses itself in all its Buddhistic glory before Aluben and his fellow missionaries crossed the border into Tang China in 635. The Syriac mystics were writing about experiences that in some instances actually anticipate some later Buddhist practices such as Dzogchen, the Great Perfection System. We do know that the Church of the East had encountered Buddhism on the Iranian plateau before and during that daring mission to the world's greatest empire. Had the Syriac Christians already assimilated Buddhist terminology before encountering the elaborate Buddhist civilization of China, or was it enough that they were highly trained contemplatives in the lineage of the Desert Fathers and, above all, of Evagrius of Pontus? Here we have wonderful translation of the Letters of John of Daliatha by Mary Hansbury, which is an awesome collection of personal accounts, personal experiential accounts that you don't find elsewhere. Very rarely do we find mystics talking about their own experiences. By looking back at the Christian roots of the Jingjiao missionaries, we may gain a new perspective on their formative orientation, which contributed to their remarkable openness in adapting to flourishing Buddhist cultures. This enables us to see the Jingjiao texts in a new light and to detect some evidence for the skillful tapestry of ideas that these documents represent. Buddhist teachings arrived in China during the early 2nd century CE. By the 8th century, vast quantities of Buddhist sutras and shastras had been translated into Chinese, and various schools emerged to carry out institutionally what was written in the texts. A great deal of attention was devoted to propounding one or another Mahayana sutra as the one of definitive meaning, since the religious atmosphere entailed lively debate among sects. It's worth mentioning that the Buddhists and others competed for imperial patronage, which opened the way for the more esoteric rituals for protection of the state that were at the heart of the controversy between Prajna and Jingji, or the controversy around Prajna and Jingji. This conference, of course, needs no introduction to the figure of Evagrius of Pontus, the most learned of the Desert Fathers. Thanks to the work of many of our colleagues and people in this room, there is now a clearer picture of the transmission of monastic practices, virtues, and texts across the pre-Islamic lands of the Middle East. I think we can also meaningfully speak of an Evagrian trajectory, which survived the ratified condemnations, 543 Synod, 553 Council of Constantinople, of Evagrian and Origenist ideas. At the Second Council of Constantinople, thanks in part to the translation of portions of the Evagrian corpus into Syriac. Babai Rabbah, Babai the Great, 551 to 628, and Isaac of Nineveh, around 613 to 700, should be seen as contemplatives who shaped their lives and teachings in accord with the insights of Evagrius of Pontus. It is Babai who gave his church the commentary and revised translation of the Kephalaia Gnostica, and it was Isaac whose spiritual discourses implant the Evagrian teachings on Persian and Kurdistani soil. In this way, these fathers built the crucial bridge between the Egyptian traditions and their realization in the monastic milieu of the Church of the East. Of course, also Abraham of Kashgar is important for this. Later figures with whom controversy was not lacking, such as Joseph Isaiah, John of Daliatha, Nestorius of Nuhadra, Didisho of Qatar, Bariksho, and others, continued the Evagrian trajectory. What I find interesting about Syriac-speaking monasticism, its remarkable adaptability. It is deeply formed in the theological school of Nisibis, so it is by no means lacking in extensive scholarly impetus. There's philosophy, there's science, there's medicine, and this all arrived in the Far East. The Persians, so-called Persians, were really these Christians who brought medicine and science into the world where already native Chinese and Indian medical traditions were flourishing. At the same time, this school rigorously is ascetical and holds the solitary life in particular esteem as the ambiance most adapted to the attainment of spiritual transformation. Thanks to these writers, we catch extraordinary glimpses of the inner lives of highly advanced Christian contemplatives. The Church of the East, cut off from communion with the Byzantine Orthodox Church, though not entirely isolated from communication with other churches, spread its missionary wings to the south and east. Now, I understand we have an expert here on the Indian aspects, and apparently there are manuscripts. I thought there were no manuscripts, that the Jesuits had burned them all. But in any case, they didn't burn them all, which is fantastic. So you're working on that, and I have to hear more about that from you. But Robert Boulay was able to translate the surviving works from Syriac, Arabic, Georgian, Armenian, and other languages in the Persian Empire during the flourishing of the Church of the East and its remarkable mystics. What is even more remarkable is that the arid archaeological sites of Central Asia, such as Turfan and Dunhuang, have preserved the literary heritage that nurtured the mission of the Church of the East in China, particularly in the form of works translated into Sogdian. Now, not only is it now known that the Evagrian trajectory reached as far as these remote oases, it is also known that Christian, Manichaean, Buddhist, and Taoist institutions were in close proximity to one another. Now, going back to the Great Stele. With the erection of the Great Stele in 781, the Church of the East was able to assert its presence and its mission at the heart of the Empire of the Middle Kingdom. In the 8th century, we are at a critical and even precarious moment for Tang power in Central and Eastern Asia. The dynasty had trade relations with most of the known world, but rebellions and invasions had weakened its military hegemony. In the 8th century, an uneven policy of tolerance was operative, as we can see in the account on the Great Stele, which may have been set up to remind the Tang rulers of the crucial role of Christian generals, such as Yisi, the father of Jingjing, in rescuing the dynasty from its enemies. The stele is noted for the beauty of its language. The language of the inscription is extremely sophisticated and makes constant use of allusive style, employing citations from classical Chinese literature to refer to specific concepts and situations. The Evagrian trajectory is present in the Jingzhou text by way of allusions to the Syriac heritage of theology and spirituality. Certain themes turn up over and over, such as the pivotal notion, of course, of apatheia in the sevenfold scheme of spiritual ascent found in the letter to Anatolios in Practicos 14. The mystical experience of the sapphire light from Evagrius' Schemata and the chapters on prayer from Exodus 24:10 is another. And very important, I'm surprised no one has yet mentioned this, Ephesians 3:10b, all right, which is cited 17 times in the Kephalaia Gnostica. Dia tes ecclesias et holopoikilos sophia tu theou, the multiform wisdom of God, resonate with Buddhist terms both in Chinese and Tibetan. Jing Jing is as much explaining Buddhism to the Christian community as engaging in dialogue with the Buddhists. So this book on profound and mysterious blessedness sounds like Jesus teaching St. Peter about Buddhism, all right? But it's also teaching the Christian community how to explain themselves to the Chinese Buddhist community. This is why what I suggested in my book, Rainbow Body and Resurrection, referring to the theological traditions of the School of Nisibis, by which I meant to include the broader task of the Church of the East to assimilate Egyptian monastic practices and to translate favored authors from Greek into Syriac, such as Theodore of Mopsuestia and Evagrius of Pontus. Okay, now let's look at some allusions before the time runs out. All right. Chinese word dong, all right, dong, emotions, passions or desires, yu, yearning, hu, all right. We've just had these in the Arabic text, right? Thumos, epithumos. Mental actions that generate attachment to existence are seen as the four principal obstacles on the way to peace and joy. The Evagrian resonance is obvious. Thumia, irascibility; epithumia, desire; apatheia, quieting of the passions; recollection that calms mental obsessions. The word king, pure, translates the Sanskrit term amala, limpid, and is synonymous with Chinese jing, which translates Sanskrit vimala. Both terms widely used in Buddhist texts and, of course, Buddhist names. Compare Kingjing, which translates parishuddha or vishuddhi, to designate a mental state free from evil and defilements, clearly an allusion to apatheia. Yuantong, deep understanding, Buddhist term for total penetration, vipassana, of the true nature of all things by means of an enlightened mind. The Evagrian resonance here is gnosis tu kosmou, right? That intuitive knowing of the created order. I think Douglas Christie will probably talk about this later. Yufa, modes of perception. This is going back to my Abhidharma research. The power of the Messiah to overcome obstacles tied to the world of forms and sensory perceptions is described here in typically Buddhist terms. Buddhist Abhidharma psychology, the six senses, yuru, eye, ear, nose, tongue, body, and mental perception. Just as the fully awakened one, the Buddha, so also the Messiah is free of the obstacles, why, or api, apratihata, and limits encountered in the phenomenal world. Underlying this phrase is the notion of the vidya, or the siddhis, the yutong, consciousness of all phenomena free of distortion, magical power, very important for that ritual for defending the kingdom, the divine eye, the divine ability to hear, knowledge of the thoughts of others, remembrance of previous rebirths, and knowledge about how to overcome human passions. So then, Jufa, the law that governs all things. The Buddhist term, of course, is sarvadharma or sarvabhava, referring to the multiplicity of phenomena and their relationships. Once again, a resonance with that wonderful Ephesians 3:10b, okay, on polypoikilos. The true way, zhendao. This expression expresses the way of peace and joy, understood as the equivalent of the way that leads to realization of the true essence of reality. The Evagrian resonance includes the stages from agape to gnosis tu kosmou, to theologia, to makariotes, and therefore to peace and joy. Penetrate the depths, tongda. Like the two other expressions used in this text, guantong and xuantong, this Buddhist word indicates the total penetration of the true nature of everything. This is the famous emptiness, so-called Buddhist emptiness, by means of an enlightened mind, in Sanskrit vipassana. in the Evagrian resonance, we would refer to the transformation of the logikoi into beings capable of divine vision by means of a path of ascent. Okay. I think it's also reasonable to take note of resonances with some beautiful paragraphs of Isaac of Nineveh, a key writer in the overall Evagrian trajectory. For example, on non-action being an expression of contemplative insight. In Jingjing's other important Chinese work, Text F, the book of the luminous teaching of Dakin, on revealing the origin and reaching the foundation, contains its own set of Christian Buddhist theoretical terms which resonate with Evagrius's Kephalaya Gnostica, especially famous 1-1, right? In God, there's no opposition. Evagrian and Isaacian parousia, Isaacian goodness, mercy, and justice, the term sovereign creator, comparable to the Tibetan Kunje Gyalpo, which becomes very important in this period, formless light, Bulay's study of John of Daliatha, and others as well. I think we're just about at the end here. Okay. Jingjing seems to benefit from Isaac's perspective on practical apatheia by insisting on affirming the absence of desire, the absence of mental actions, the absence of merits, being meek and humble, free and patient, and to have within oneself great compassion, to be able to obtain that which is absolutely transcendent. It's called the way of peace and joy. In this Christian soteriology, the attainments of Buddhist meditation are made to allude to the Sermon on the Mount and texts such as Mark 7:20-23 and Matthew 15:18-20, defilement arises in the mind. The Messiah also says, I affirm the absence of desire, the absence of mental action, abandonment of the sphere of corruption, immersion in the wellspring of the uncontaminated. Abandoning corruption, one can become pure. This corresponds to emptiness, emanating grace and light. It is possible to cause all of reality to become luminous. Causing all of reality to become luminous is that which is called the way of peace and joy. Here we can see the Christian contemplative doctrine of luminosity already present in Hebrews 6:4, 1 Peter 2:9, Justin Martyr, and so forth, baptismos, affirmed by the Egyptian monastic traditions, strongly asserted by the Church of the East. We arrive at a Christian theory of spiritual luminosity along the same Evagrian trajectory. Evagrius took the risk of asserting that this kind of contemplation occurs during the lifetime of the monk, when the rational beings and their intellects shall have attained the contemplation that is truly noetic. Then too shall the material nature of their bodies be taken away, and thus the contemplation of the true nature of bodies will become immaterial. Kephalaya Gnostica 262. Okay, I think probably, have we hit bottom?
We are about 5 minutes over, but if you want to
Okay.
take the next minute to wrap up the paper.
Yeah, I think I'll just say it.
Yes.
The last paragraph basically is, I think this helps us understand that the missionary enterprise of the Church of the East in China was enriched and probably actually made possible by the unique features of the Evagrian trajectory as assimilated by the Syriac mystics. And I think some of you probably know better than I in the original languages what that really means. So thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you, Father. And thank you for both presenters on this panel for bringing the Arabic and Chinese worlds together on the works and life of Evagrius. I think that was very interesting. I'd like to invite Julia Quintilian to respond to both papers, after which we will open for discussion around the table with the audience in person and also for Zoom panelists. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Thank you to both of our speakers. Really, really interesting talks. And I'm aware that we're a little bit over time, and I suspect there are a lot of us around this room with questions about various facets of these two really, really interesting discussions. So I'm going to try to be brief with my remarks and then open it up to all of you all. coming into this panel, I was not quite sure how these two papers were going to come together and speak to one another. And I've been very fortunate to meet both of our speakers in the past and to have Professor Triger on my dissertation committee and to speak with Father Tiso in Italy a few years ago. And I knew what they both were working on. And I really, when I heard you both presenting, they did kind of come together on this. You know, we're going into a world of the East, further East than I think a lot of us normally go with Evagrius. And there were some interesting points of resonance, not just, you know, being in the East and being in a world that's a little bit less known to some of us, but also, you know, things like this 8th century dating that both of you talked about, you know, Professor Triger in his comments about the, you know, this Noetic paradise dating no earlier than the 8th century, and then, you know, coming into Arabic by the 11th. And Father Tiso, obviously, a lot of, you know, what the centrality of what you were talking about is in this 8th century and this very fraught moment in the Middle Kingdom, which is really interesting. So we've got, you know, a later date going on here, but also thinking about kind of this lineage with multiple layers of reception. You know, so you've got Evagrius, and then you've got some of his, you know, later receivers potentially in Father Triger's talk in the, you know, in the Greek world, and thinking about putting Evagrius in conversation with someone like Maximus, etc. And then later you've got these Arabic receivers, and similarly with Father Tiso, you know, Evagrius going into the East Syriac mystical tradition and thinking about, you know, figures like Isaac of Nineveh and John of Dalyatha, and then going further into, you know, this utility of those kinds of sources for Christians in dialogue with Buddha, you know, with Buddhists, you know, in Central Asia and then eventually in China. So, you know, multiple steps of this kind of reception of Evagrius that I thought were really interesting. You know, I have a lot of specific questions for both of you. You know, questions on sources, questions on reception, but I actually think that I want to hold off on those and speak to you both later, because I have a feeling there's some desire in this room to ask some questions. So thank you both very much. And we should open it up.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll start with Professor Davis.
Yeah, I have a question for both, two different questions, hopefully related to each other for each of the presenters. Thank you both. This has been fascinating. And I think the theme of these questions has to do with transmission, mechanisms of transmission. Sasha, Professor Triger, it's great to see you. Thank you for all your scholarship. I was struck by my question for you has to do with a more localized technical issue that I'd love to hear you aloud about. The passage that you had up on your slide, in which you were talking about, what was it? Takallam fil luhut, right? The speaking, you translated it speaking about God. It could be speaking about theology or about divinity. It struck me about like I was thinking about the different possibilities for thinking about that phrasing in terms of translation literature. Because yeah, I think that would be the most colloquial way to render it. But I was wondering whether there was any space for seeing this as a kind of maybe over literalistic Arabic translation language, in which it's trying to render something like to speak in divinity locatively, or to speak about being present in the divine as one speaks. That gets closer to what you were talking about in terms of speaking with God, with the divine.
Syriac too.
Yeah, and then
Syriac too. You have.
Yeah, and then the question I had for you, Father, had to do with you're using the language of trajectories. I personally find that language a little bit abstract, and I liked, especially at the end, when you talked about the missionary endeavor as a way of grounding the mechanisms of transmission. I'd love to hear you speak more about those mechanisms, maybe about practices of translation, right, in and through some of the Syriac intermediaries, and what we know about those on the ground practices that mediated into the Chinese language what you're describing. So those two questions, I hope, kind of relate to each other in a certain way about like how we're getting into the Arabic and Chinese worlds.
Yeah, thank you. So I'll respond quickly. Thank you for your question, and it's great to see you also. And of course, we are in touch often, but it's nice to see you at this conference. So this is actually a very difficult problem working with the Noetic Paradise, that we don't have the Greek original. And so we have to make assumptions about what the Greek original may have said. Now there is a workaround basically that I have developed, and I've discovered some other translations which I think are by the same translator. One of them are works of Ephraim the Syrian in the Arabic version, and I think it's the same translator. And here, of course, we have the Greek and the Arabic, right? So we can compare and say, okay, so the translator basically translates this Greek term this way, right? Or this Arabic term can actually reflect, this particular thing in Greek. So working with the Noetic Paradise, you have to constantly be mindful of what the different options are. And you are absolutely right that this passage is actually ambiguous, and it can reflect all kinds of things in Greek. So it can reflect simply to be a paraphrase of, doing theology, essentially. And theology, of course, is also an Evagrian term, right? So it's relates to the height of contemplation of the Holy Trinity. So maybe it's theologia in Greek, and the translator basically paraphrases it as takallum fil lahut, which, of course, many translators have to do this, this paraphrasing when they translate Greek compounds, right, like theologia. So that's one option. The only reason why I thought it's more closely related maybe to homilia nou proston theon is the overall Evagrian context of this passage, and this Evagrian phrase basically came to mind, and I thought that maybe this is what it reflects in Greek. But it's a matter of really making assumptions. And when translating this text, basically, I think you can probably translate the Arabic in a very straightforward way. But the problem is to try to go beyond the Arabic to the underlying Greek, because then we can more accurately reflect the thought of the author. But this is, of course, as you mentioned, is quite tricky, and in the absence of the Greek text, we have to be making assumptions of this kind. So thank you for putting your finger on a very very complicated issue, actually, relating to this text and how we translate it and understand it and study it.
It's very, very helpful. This tension as you're working as a translator between source-based and target-based, right? Like what an Arabic, say, reader would construe it versus how it relates to an early Greek text. This is obviously a constant struggle. So I appreciate you laying out the dynamics of that.
If I can follow up very quickly, also in Syriac theologia, sometimes it is translated "speaking with God."
Yeah.
In Evagrius text.
Yeah.
Evagrius text. I don't know Arabic translation of Evagrius of Practicos, but sometimes theologia is translated "speaking with God," so it is a pre-translation or a enlarged translation.
Sure. Yeah. Father, I don't know if you have thoughts on my question.
Mechanism of transmission is really important. I think that the book by Sabino Chiala on Abraham Akashka is extremely helpful in showing how that worked and specific people who were involved with that. So you have that particular early transmission going on. Then now, when we're working with Central Asian and Chinese materials, of course, I didn't have time to explain the archaeology of this, but as you probably know, there are these caves in northwestern China at Dunhuang, which contain tens of thousands of manuscripts, which were discovered roughly around 1912. All right, now very few of those texts are Christian. Right. Most of them actually were Manichaean, and the Manichaean texts, unfortunately, were in a damp part of the cave, and so were almost completely lost, with some rare exceptions. The text that I put on display is a Tibetan text. There were many Tibetan texts there, and early Tibetan, so that's actually quite early Tibetan calligraphy as well as language. The Chinese texts were also, of course, quickly sold to collectors. All right, so there's a whole story that Nicolini Zani develops to explain that. But I think what I did allude to in a couple of places were things like the discovery of the Antiretikos at Turfan, which is not far away from Turfan. So there you have the Antiretikos, you have liturgical texts, you have the Life of St. George, you have creedal texts, Gloria, and various other things. So we do have some fragments of what physically was transmitted along the Silk Road to the Christian communities along the way. We also know from the letters of Timothy I, especially, but other sources, about the diocese, the structure of the diocese, his ambitions for this mission, and so on. But Timothy is 780s, simultaneous with the early phase of what I was talking about, but they're not in touch really very closely with Timothy. I think they don't agree with Timothy about something. There was some kind of a problem there. And it may very well have been about these mystical sources, because Timothy didn't like those guys. But we do have earlier material that indicates, that Aluben was really sent by the church in Persia to Central Asia and China, the dioceses that are like Merv, which are so really important as a crossroads for this. So we know enough from archaeology. A lot of the Russian archaeology goes into this. There are several volumes on Central Asian archaeology that help us ground the transmission.
That's really helpful. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Any questions around you? Yes. Oh, Professor Ishtavan and then Professor Cowie, and then we'll turn to our Zoom.
Okay, I have a question to Professor Traeger. In the Noetic pen, is there any liturgical hint or liturgical transposition of Evagrius? Because this is on that I will speak tomorrow. So, is it an poetic text, or is there a communal time?
Yeah, this is a great question. I don't see any material that is overtly liturgical. There is, however, again, I mean, this is the passage I introduced earlier during the paper. This is the passage on the Noetic, on pure prayer, where the person whose mind has been purified by this pure prayer and spiritual contemplation, there is the phrase in Arabic that says this person will have acquired mystical service. And again, I mean, it's a big question what this reflects in Greek exactly. I'm not sure if if it's if it relates to some kind of angelic liturgy or something along along these lines or not. If we manage maybe to identify if this really goes back straight to Evagrius, I haven't identified an exact parallel, but if down the line myself or someone else will manage to do that, maybe we will be on on firmer ground regarding this. But other than that, I haven't seen anything that is really concretely related to liturgy. It's all about contemplation, basically, and well, virtues and vices, how ascetic praxis and leading us to contemplation of God and returning to the noetic paradise, which is the realm of the angels engaged in who are pure minds engaged in contemplation of God. Basically, this is the gist of it.
It is very interesting, and I'd like to continue, but I have another question to Father Francis. But thank you. It's extremely interesting. I have an idea which I will not share now, but I will write to you about it. That is I think you are the person whom I can ask about something that has intrigued me for years. Namely, in the condemnation of the originalist doctrine, there is a very Buddhist idea condemned, namely that in the final apokatastasis, the names and the forms will disappear. Namarupa. Yes. Now, I don't remember whether it's ever in Evagrius, but it's certainly in the Anathemas. So what can be?
I think that the parallel with De Principiis, is there Evagrius in my last paragraph. The disappearance of distinctive form.
That's there, but the expression is basically Namarupa. In the how can it be? That's my main question.
Yeah, I don't think we would be here. I don't think the Evagrian theme would be as lively as it has become if it were not from the challenges, if we're not for the challenges that we've had through our encounter with Buddhism in the modern world. Think about it from who around 1900, days of Baron von Hugo or Pius X or something, would have thought with an open mind that there is such a thing as reincarnation, right? But today, it's widely believed. And then the notion of a rainbow body, which is the theme of that book, which actually has been somewhat successful as books go. The idea that after death, a human body can dissolve completely into light. But if we didn't have quantum physics and all kinds of other scientific things that have come to light over the past 80, 90 years, most people would say, oh, that's a legend. But here you have a Catholic priest who actually interviewed people who saw this, and actually interviewed a person who did this. In fact, two people who did this. So, so a whole world has changed thanks to this encounter. Now, one of the great challenges and why it took me more than 15 years to write that book was because it is so difficult to imagine the communities of discourse to whom one should be respectful and with whom to be in dialogue. This was very hard, and I more than once thought about giving up on the project completely. How do you convince the scientists, the anthropologists, the Buddhist practitioners, and so on, of what you're talking about here, especially to bring in the idea that the dissolution of the body is not a Buddhist teaching, but it is something that evolved in the period we're talking about in China and Tibet, all right, right, and probably under the influence of our Christian friends. And so what I was in search for ultimately was a narrative. I was interested in finding a credible narrative on which to hang the fragments of evidence that we have. Right. And it's, I don't know if it's completely satisfying, but it's at least as open a conversation. So much so that a New Testament scholar like, what's his name? Allison at Princeton has actually got a whole chapter now talking about the resurrection in the light of what I say in the book on the rainbow body. So a whole area of theological, historical, and anthropological reflection has burst upon us. All right, that's what makes this very interesting. So your question ultimately is, how is it possible in the resurrection to be without name and form and yet to be there? Right, and I think that relates to the whole question of self, the non-self doctrine. You know, that through spiritual practice, the self dissolves and becomes an enlightened presence.
Oh, that's very interesting. And excuse me, just one short note, because with my friend and former student, undergrad, we are just correcting the proofs of an article about the doctrine of John Italos in Byzantium about the resurrection. And we have all these concepts there.
Yeah.
We have the immaterial body, the body becoming immaterial, becoming spherical, which was condemned at,
Yes.
and containing the whole world at the same time. It's very interesting, and it goes back to these elephant ideas, and even after and it goes back to something which is preceding very closely in Byzantium, the teaching of Simon the New Theologian, who is speaking about the immaterial body, the body which becomes immaterial. So this is very strongly present in the Christian world. The only problem is that it's condemned.
We have two hagiographical witnesses, which I was reluctant to put into the first edition. But in the French edition, on the insistence of my editors and friends, have you heard of Abadullah, right, whose body is said to have disappeared? And there's a holy fool, Simeon,
Of course, Simeon,
whose body disappeared also. So I think those were originistic hagiographical tales.
Yes,
all right,
definitely.
But they both come from fairly respectable sources, so I had to include them. And there probably are others. Maybe some of you have run into others of that kind.
Yeah, there are.
Because they were aware that these teachings are not just an epiphenomenon, but had something to do with the essential anthropology of the originistic and Evagrian trajectory.
I completely agree, but I don't want to occupy more.
I think we can actually continue this discussion later, especially over lunch. You are in person here, but very interesting and to see how this actually goes forward in the afternoon. I know Professor Cowley, you have a question, but if you don't mind pausing it for a moment so I can turn to the Zoom audience just to create that nice balance. I have two questions from participants, not panelists, but I want to first ask panelists if you have questions before I ask two questions coming from our audience. Professor Traeger, if you have anything, or any of the other panelists, if you would like to ask questions or comments. Okay. I have a question from the Netherlands. Actually, he's sending his congratulatory comments to Matteo and also Joel from Benjamin Yanni. He says that he is interested to know the presentation from Father Tiso Francis, who made the icon, the one you displayed, and is that a Chinese icon?
Yeah.
No, that's written by this hand.
You know, you have made
Excellent, excellent. So Father Tiso is the iconographer, and he himself is an iconographer and very interested. So perhaps that can be a later conversation. I have a question from Daniel. And he asks, Father Tiso, could you elaborate on or emphasize the Buddhist thought on how that relates to the Christian context? Furthermore, to my knowledge, Buddhism doesn't hold an idea of a God in monotheistic sense or an absolute transcendent. So how do writers explain Evagrius' description of God in the KG?
Okay. This could go on for 3 days, so I'm going to try to do this in one paragraph, very respectfully, because it is a very important and complex topic, which came up at dinner last night, actually. So, I'm working now on the hypothesis that all of the Jingjiao works that we know were all by Jingjing, were all by that same core episcopus. And we can see an evolution going through them. The earlier and less sophisticated works tend to be apologetic, insisting on the absolute necessity of belief in God for salvation, okay? And attempting to use Taoist and Buddhist terminology to back up that, what we would call first, and prima nuncio, the first announcement of the gospel. Mm-hmm. Works like the Peace and Joy text and the Origins text are far more sophisticated in terms of their language and their use of Buddhist terminology, not so much to impose a soteriological challenge on the Buddhist reader, but rather to invite both the Buddhist and the Christian community to notice the extraordinary area of commonality that they share, and the fact that the Buddhist terminology actually backs up Christian views of soteriology and morality, okay? Especially those points that we've tried to link with people like Isaac of Nineveh, John of Daliapa, and our glorious Evagrius. All right, so that's the paragraph, that's the thumbnail sketch.
Okay,
there's an evolution in that thought.
Thank you, Father Tiso. Professor Cowie.
Yes, so Professor Triger, I have a few related questions for you. In your presentation, you were focused on retroversion from Arabic into Greek. I'm curious about the impact of the Arabic. Do we have some sense? I understand that you're comparing the translator of this with the possibility of linking him with others. You mentioned text translated associated with Ephraim. Do we have any sense of who this was, where he was operating, and something about the impact of the text in later Arabic theology?
Thank you. Those are great questions. So first of all, about the translator, we don't know the name of this translator other than Ephraim and the Noetic Paradise. There are some other texts that I think can be attributed to him. He is one of the translators of the epistles, the New Testament epistles into Arabic as well. So there is actually a corpus of texts that this translator produced. For all we know, he was active in Antioch or around Antioch in one of the monasteries of Antioch in the early 11th century, which is really the era of the great translation movement of Christian literature from Greek into Arabic. A lot of patristic texts were translated into Arabic. This is different from the better known Baghdad translation movement, where they, did all of the late antique and ancient philosophy. So Antioch basically is where this was happening. In terms of the influence of the Noetic Paradise, it's actually quite vast. In Greek, I haven't seen concrete evidence of its influence, though it's not out of the question that someone read this text in the original Greek before it got lost. So I would love to discover actually echoes of this text in Greek. But in Arabic, there are something like 60 manuscripts of this text, so it's was hugely popular. And also those manuscripts come from all the Christian communities. And we know that based on the provenance, we have Arabic manuscripts written by Copts, for example, in Egypt, and we even have an abridgment of this text by a Coptic author of the 13th century. We have even later manuscripts that were copied, I believe, by Armenian Catholics, and are present in one of the Armenian institutions in Lebanon. So by Maronites, certainly by Melkites, who were responsible for the translation in the first place. The oldest manuscripts, though, are Melkite, and they are at Sinai, predictably. So that's kind of like the gist of what I can say. There are also manuscripts in Garshuni, that is to say, Arabic and Syriac script. Not a lot, but they also exist.
Thank you, Professor Triger. I have a final question for the panel from Professor Misarczyk from Poland. Professor, welcome.
Yeah, thank you. I have a question to Professor Francis Tiso. Do we see any other influence of mystical theology than Syriac in China? Like, for example, direct influence from Greek literature or Armenian tradition or something like that? Or only Syriac? Thank you.
There is some reference to Melkite, possible Melkite materials at Turfan. All right, but this is very fragmentary. It's almost always Syriac, going into Sogdian, going into Turkic. All right, eventually the Uyghurs become, in a couple of centuries later than our period, the Uyghurs become Christian. So there is that, but even the alphabet that they use, and which is later given to the Mongols, is actually a vertical text, vertical kind of script using Syriac characters. It's pretty much always that. And once again, a very concrete transmission through actual calligraphy, actual alphabets. In fact, the Tibetans attempted to extirpate this alphabet among the Mongols in order to assert their Buddhism in Mongolia.
Excellent. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Father Tiso, and thank you, Professor Misarczyk. We are now going to close our panel on Evagrius in the worlds of the Arabic and Chinese worlds and move to our panel 6 on Evagrius as a theorist. This is our panel 6 on Evagrius as a theorist. I would like to welcome our two panelists on joining from Finland, Dr. Fabian Müller and also Dr. George Sakiratis, who is here with us in person. First, please allow me to introduce Dr. Fabian Müller here with us on Zoom. And Dr. Müller, if I may ask, as you're sharing your screen, if you please do present your so we can see your complete slides. Thank you. Dr. Fabian Müller is a philosopher working on ancient Greek and Indian tradition, popular media, and philosophy of religion. He is currently a postdoctoral research fellow in the program in the study of mysticism at Tampere University in Finland, where he explores traditions in ancient and modern times. In his previous role as a postdoctoral research fellow, he translated Porphyry's text on philosophy of religion for the Text and Translations in Transcendence and Transformation series initiative at the Harvard University Press. welcome. We're very happy to have you join us all the way from Finland, and we're very much looking forward to your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. So, hello everyone. I'm Fabian Müller. I'm joining you from Tampere University in Finland. It's a pleasure to participate in this conference, and I want to thank Dr. Shahinian, well, for her technical support, but also for being a great organizer and for bringing together such an interesting group of scholars. Among these scholars, I want to thank Joel Kalvesmäki in particular, not only for being a respondent in this panel, but also for his editorial work. It's not exaggerated to say that all Evagrius scholars worldwide are indebted to Joel for making Evagrius's original texts available democratically and for putting together the greatest Evagrius bibliography ever, one could say. Now, before I begin, I want to say that in contrast to the previous and upcoming talks, this talk is just going to be something like a ludic intermezzo. And that is because I won't address a deep systematic, historical, or textual question, but a hermeneutical one. That hermeneutical question concerns the approach we're choosing to read and study Evagrius. One way of putting this hermeneutical question is, who do scholars take Evagrius to be? Now, let me see if I can go to my second slide. I hope you can see my second slide now.
Yes.
Wonderful, thank you. I believe this is a question that's interesting to ask because it concerns the reality of how scholarship is done, and because although it concerns reality, it is usually not raised. I mean to say, every Evagrius scholar approaches Evagrius as a certain historical figure, but that approach is rarely made explicit or clarified. Most often, it is simply taken for granted that Evagrius is a Christian theologian, in the same way as, for example, Proclus is a Neoplatonist philosopher. Within the theological approach, there is, for example, a tradition of reading Evagrius as a spiritual master, famously represented by Gabriel Bunge, William Harmless, Doro Costace, and others. There is another tradition of studying him within the context of late ancient monastic literature and within Greek and Syriac textual networks, and I would be tempted to situate Paul Géin, Joel Kalvesmäki, and others in this tradition. There is also a tradition of studying Evagrius holistically, within the context of early Christianity in the cross-cultural environment of Mediterranean culture, and perhaps one could count Antoine Guillemot, Charles Stang, and Columba Stewart among these. Now, pardon me if I have offended anyone with this typology. In a lot of scholarship, there is a tacit assumption that the right framework to read Evagrius is the theological and Christian one. Some scholars even go as far as making that assumption explicit. For example, Gabriel Bunge and Doro Costace straightforwardly claim that Evagrius is not a philosopher. They thereby reproduce an old Christian apologetic gesture, claiming that Evagrius may appear like a metaphysician, but that, unlike pagan metaphysicians, he does not reject the corporeal world, but instead develops an embodied sacramental theology and assumes a scriptural rather than a philosophical anthropology. He may look like a metaphysician following Plotinus's monos proston monon into the desert, but he isn't, because he is a Christian theologian. As you can guess from the title of this presentation, which is an allusion to Guillemot's title Un philosophe au désert, my modest proposal is to rehabilitate Evagrius as a metaphysician, and more specifically, as a Platonist metaphysician. This is not a new proposal, as for example, István Percel says something similar in his paper Notes sur la pensée systématique d'Evagre le Pontique, which is to date the most exhaustive inquiry into the systematics of Evagrius. It also resembles to a certain degree what Alois Dempf and Hans Urs von Balthasar did in their seminal papers on Evagrius. What I want to add to these antecedents is the explicit affirmation that, although Evagrius is a monk and theorizer of asceticism, he assumes these roles not in opposition to Platonist metaphysics, but within the context of Platonist metaphysics. He is not simply a monk, but a monk as philosopher. So I want to reiterate István Percel's statement in his paper, Je pense qu'il était un très bon philosophe. To provide you with a clearer image of the problems involved in this statement, let me begin with an example. Take the following two metaphysical models of the cosmos. On the left, you see a metaphysical structure dominated by a primordial intellectual principle, an intermediary principle, a set of cosmic structures, a type of intellectual substance capable of knowing those structures, and then a material world at the lowest point in the structure. On the right, you see a model one could be tempted to call highly similar: a superior intellectual principle, a world soul, a set of ideas acting as paradigmatic causes, individual intellectual substances, and the corporeal world. Now, the question I want to raise is, why is the model on the right, which is the model defended by Alcinous in his teachings of Plato, commonly accepted as metaphysics, whereas the model on the left, which is that of Evagrius, is seen as Christian theology, determined by specific religious and confessional factors? Now, to be sure, I am not claiming any originality with this comparison between Alcinous and Evagrius. Julia Konstantinovsky has already pointed out similarities between Alcinous and Evagrius in the context of the tripartition of the soul and virtue ethics. Guillemot has highlighted the deep analogies between Plotinus and Evagrius, to which I will come back in a moment. But despite these structural similarities between the two systems, they are studied from different perspectives and under different methodological assumptions. They are part of different curricula, and the platforms on which they are discussed are mostly disconnected from one another. To give you an example of such assumptions, William Harmless, Raymond Fitzgerald, and David Fagerberg have recently posited that Evagrius's theology requires forms of personal spiritual engagement. One can only understand the difference between Evagrius's metaphysics and other metaphysics through prayer, grace, and other such modifications of one's subjective constitution. For example, William Harmless says in a paper that you see here on this slide, one tends to think of theology today as something one studies, something read in a book or examined in a classroom. Theology is an academic enterprise, scholastic in the literal sense of the word. One of the pioneers of Christian mysticism, Evagrius Ponticus, has had a different view. According to Evagrius, theology is a knowledge of God gained from first-hand experience. It comes not from books, but from prayer. This claim does not stand alone in Evagrian scholarship. In fact, you will find many popular introductions to Evagrius and monastic theology in general that insist on initiatory, practical requirements such as prayer, purification, and grace. But to take up just one of these notions, namely that of prayer, can we really say that Evagrius's theory of prayer rests on a fundamentally different principle from other late ancient theories of prayer? Can one only understand Evagrius by accepting his own terms? We know since John Dillon's and André Timotin's volume titled Platonic Theories of Prayer that Evagrius's theory of prayer is not exactly unique. If anything, it is a refinement and adaptation of earlier Platonic ideas about noetic intuition found, for example, in Plotinus and Porphyry. The core elements of Evagrius's theory of prayer, such as the naked intellect, the noetic union of object and subject, and other aspects, partake in something that could be seen as a commonly shared core of late ancient theories of prayer. To give just one example, discussed in Dillon's and Timotin's volume by Carl O'Brien, Maximus of Tyre conceives prayer in terms very close to Evagrius's own. Take Evagrius's famous definition of prayer. Prayer is a conversation of the intellect with God. He prosoike homilia esti nou pros theon. This conversation requires that the intellect be trained through monastic praxis. Now, while it is likely that Evagrius drew more immediate inspiration from Clement of Alexandria and Origen, his characterization of prayer is also found in the same words in Maximus of Tyre. Not only that, Maximus of Tyre also requires moral groundwork for the exercise of prayer, which he calls demonstration of virtue, epideixis tes aretes. I don't want to attempt any genetic reconstruction of these ideas here, but it should be clear that there is a direct correspondence between Maximus's Middle Platonist ideas and Evagrius's ideas. This direct correspondence between becomes even more visible in Porphyry's letter to Marcella, which was presented by the pioneer of Evagrian studies, Wilhelm Bousset, as an antecedent of Evagrius's texts on prayer. Porphyry advises Marcella to cultivate the intellect as the point of the soul that comes closest to God, and that should be freed from bodily impressions or the influence of passions and experience. Neither Evagrius's insistence on the moral or ascetical framing of prayer, nor his characterization of its nature can count as original or as requiring some kind of special theological treatment. Another point of contention in Evagrius's metaphysics is the role of the body. There have been various attempts to distinguish Evagrius's anthropology from Platonic metaphysics and to relate it to either the Stoa or to establish it as an original creation. For example, Kevin Corrigan postulates that Evagrius's anthropology is similar to that of Plotinus, but that Evagrius does not separate the intellect from the body in the same way as Plotinus does, thus establishing the body as something that participates in salvation. This postulate is supported by a single passage in Evagrius's great letter, where he mentions a type of body that he calls intelligible body. Corrigan explains the intelligible body as a type of body whose noetic or semantic quality, that is, its quality of expressing noetic reality, is immanently tied up with its materiality. The intelligible body is a body that is simultaneously noetic and material. Corrigan makes this claim in the context of a broader rejection of intellectualism, which he associates with Platonism. But when it comes to the actual reasons for that broader rejection, Corrigan makes surprising claims. One reason is purely confessional, namely the Second Council of Constantinople's 14th anathema that qualifies the thesis that the number of the bodies will disappear and all minds be united into one as heretical. Another reason is simply that intellectualism is unattractive. Corrigan here agrees with Evagrius's translator John Bamberger in saying that Evagrius's portrait of the human person is essentially mental and noetic, and that this essentialism appears problematic and impracticable today. I want to note that these reasons are not immanent, but external. They are hermeneutical choices on the part of the reader who wants to bring Evagrius closer either to contemporary audiences or to adjust him to norms of orthodoxy. Another example of this adjustment concerns the logoi, which are one of the characteristic features of Evagrian metaphysics. The logoi are, as paradigms of creation, present traces of Origenist and Platonic influence. Yet, Marcin Podbielski and others defend the view that Evagrius's logoi stem from apologetic and Stoic influences. Podbielski's main argument is that Evagrius refers to the logoi mostly in his analysis of passions, logismoi, and demons, and that these elements can only be engaged through a dialogue with corporeality. Hence, the Stoic conception of the logoi as laws of nature is more compatible with Evagrius's view. However, this hermeneutic poses significant argumentative problems. Firstly, it starts with strong assumptions about what can count as systematically coherent and what kind of influences can be safely inferred from our understanding of Evagrius. But more importantly, it overlooks the specific historical context in which Evagrius writes. 4th century logoi, framed within the broader theory of contemplation and intellectualist metaphysics, are not a product of the Stoa. They are more closely related to the Plotinian form of Neoplatonism. There are a few aspects of the logoi that point to Platonic tradition rather than to the Stoa. First, the logoi appear as formative principles of both material and immaterial creation. They are not material principles, and their form, the logos as such, or logos ousiodes in Evagrius, is not identical to nature. In Plotinian Neoplatonism in particular, the logos is not equated with nature, but with the relation between the principles. Secondly, in the Origenist tradition, the closest cognate of the logoi are, as David Bradshaw and Joseph O'Leary have suggested, the Platonic forms as ideas in the mind of God. The way that Evagrius connects the logoi of material and immaterial things to the logos ousiodes, which he associates with Christ, shows that there is a thread running from divine nature through the mediation of the logos down to the world of material and immaterial beings. Then, both the logos and the logoi serve as support for contemplation. This is perhaps the most far-reaching parallel between Neoplatonic and Evagrian metaphysics. In the Stoa, the logoi aren't contemplated but empirically grasped and reflected as expressions of the immanent rationality of nature. In Plotinus and Evagrius, the logoi have an anagogical function, leading from natural contemplation to theological contemplation, and expressing something about nature that is not part of nature itself. As Plotinus says, the logoi work in matter, but they are not part of it. The logoi in nature express an underlying harmony. They are harmonias logoi, as Plotinus writes, but their harmony is not their immanent material property. To understand their harmonious relation, the contemplative practitioner is required to invert the dynamic of natural creation, going from embodied nature to the soul and from the soul to the intellect. Similarly, Evagrius sees the logoi as anagogical means through which the contemplative practitioner can go from the world of sensation and form to the immaterial and formless contemplation. Lastly, Evagrius's logoi are different from Stoicism in that they constitute structures of meaning rather than of natural facticity. One example of such meaning-bearing logoi are the logoi of providence and judgment, which Luke Deisinger has analyzed in a 2001 paper. These logoi represent particular forms of expression through which divine creation makes itself hermeneutically accessible within the cosmos. Evagrius famously uses the metaphor of writing to express the semantic quality of the cosmos in his letter to Melania. As Deisinger shows, there are close correspondences between these logoi and Evagrius's hermeneutics, which I can't engage here, but which show that Evagrian logoi are more than just natural principles. Taking these elements together, it seems very likely that Evagrius's theory of logoi does not stem from Stoic roots, or at least that Evagrius did not take it from Stoic sources. His theory is the Neoplatonic theory of logoi as found in Plotinus. Indeed, late ancient Platonists appropriated ideas and vocabulary from other traditions, and Plotinus himself appropriated Stoic terminology, but that does not place either him or Evagrius outside the Platonic tradition. As a last example of a metaphysical influence from Platonism, I want to look at Evagrius's notion of divine nature as substantial knowledge, gnosis ousiodes. This notion is an oddity in two ways. Firstly, it is unprecedented in both patristic and pagan philosophical literature. The common way of talking about divine intellect is nous, as attested by many late ancient theologies and metaphysics, from that of Alcinous to that of Gregory Nazianzen. The idea of gnosis can be found in patristic contexts, for example in the Clement of Alexandria, but it is not applied to divine nature there. Second, despite the prominence of this notion in Evagrius' system, there has barely ever been any attempt to understand and reconstruct it. There is one paper by Jun Suzuki from 2009 on the topic of apatheia that does some groundwork, but even Suzuki only proposes a rather conjectural definition. In a paper on this question, I have proposed to approach the idea of substantial knowledge as an attempt to conceptualize the union of the finite intellect, which Evagrius calls nous, with the Trinity as substantial knowledge. The idea of a union between God and the intellect has a prominent antecedent in Origen and many parallels in later mystical theologies, such as in Gregory of Nyssa. However, these theologies tend to indulge in a certain degree of vagueness about the modalities of that union. If the finite nous and divine nature are substantially separated or different, how could they ever be unified? Evagrius' answer is that, quote, when the intellect will have obtained substantial knowledge, it will be called God itself, end of quote. That's from the Kephalaia Gnostica. Knowledge, unlike the intellect, can be participated. One can have a certain knowledge. So the union between knower and known takes a very specific shape in Evagrius. It is not just a metaphorical, nuptial union left in the vagueness of mystical language. Rather, it is an actual union in which the act of the finite intellect assumes the divine act consisting in substantial knowledge. This is a union in the strong sense, undergirded by a specific metaphysical conception of what finite intellect and divine knowledge are. While this union has no correspondent within Platonism, it displays characteristics that liken it more closely to Platonist metaphysics than to any other late ancient philosophy. such as its marked intellectualism, its ambition to close the gap between finite and divine ousia, and its contemplative starting point. At this final level too, Evagrius seems to align himself with the philosophical environment of late ancient Platonism. I want to conclude this intermezzo with a series of observations that you can see on this slide. First, what does the proposal to read Evagrius as a Platonist entail? It entails some negative and some positive points. One negative point is a contrast with apologetic rhetoric, such as that of Bunge, Costace, and others. Evagrius is certainly a Christian theologian, but that does not mean that Evagrius can simply be claimed as a theologian and gatekept by theologians. For example, saying that only people who practice spirituality or prayer can truly understand Evagrius is a problematic and incautious statement. Alcinous, Plotinus, Porphyry, and others share Evagrius's theory of prayer, his intellectualism, and his conception of the ascent to God. But nobody would deny scholars of ancient philosophy the right to analyze and interpret those Neoplatonists. I like to think that something similar could apply to Evagrius. But in a similar way to apologetic rhetorics, perhaps we could also think of the attempts to turn Evagrius into a modern theorist of the body and consciousness as problematic. There is not enough evidence, it seems to me, to turn Evagrius into a thinker of the intelligible body, and attempts to connect Evagrius with neuroscience or brain screening appear to sideline the historical problems this would entail. Evagrius is not positive about the body. He has no constructive vision of the passions, and his metaphysics of corporeality are more affirmative than those found, for example, in Plotinus's texts against the Gnostics. He is not a Christian advocate of a harmonious vision of the cosmos in which bodies and intellects have the same ontological status. He is as much of a Platonist as other Platonists who think of embodied existence mostly as an impediment to contemplation, or at best as an instrument for intellectual ascent. Then, a more positive consequence of not giving Evagrius a special treatment lies in the comparative perspective this makes possible. And we have just heard such a comparative perspective from Professor Tissot. I want to mention two of these perspectives here. Firstly, within the realm of late ancient Mediterranean religion and philosophy, it seems to me that comparing Evagrius to other philosophers from his time confirms what scholars such as Peter Brown and Susanna Elm have said about the formation of Christian monasticism. We are used to thinking about Christian monasticism as somehow self-contained and as a result of charismatic inspiration of the first monks. But monasticism and monastic theology grew out of a close dialogue with preceding and adjacent traditions, among which Platonism stands out as most important. So I would say that perhaps Brown's open-ended approach to the history of monasticism offers a viable model for the study of Evagrius too. It is a model that does not take an immanent or apologetic standpoint, but instead restores historical connections that would be lost if one would start with a commitment to a certain tradition. Second, taking the idea of comparison even a little further, we find a possibility, as we have just heard, to revisit a statement by Hans Urs von Balthasar that remained controversial throughout the 20th century, but that can be reappreciated now. Balthasar stated that Evagrius resembles a Mahayana Buddhist. In recent times, Gabriel Bunge and Broria Bitton-Ashkeloni have vigorously attacked this statement. Very much in line with the approach I have criticized in this paper, they have said that it would be a mistake to compare Evagrius to any non-Christian thinker, because Evagrius's teaching is based on Trinitarian theology and Christian prayer, which Buddhism doesn't have. But this appears like a restrictive framework. Evagrius's teaching grew from roots that reach much further than Christian monasticism. Comparing Evagrius to similar thinkers from other traditions is meaningful in that such comparisons illuminate processes of historical formation and explain why certain intellectual settings tend to promote certain forms of contemplative practices. It would be fundamentally misleading, it seems to me, to say that Buddhism, or as in this presentation, Platonism isn't relevant to Evagrius because they don't pertain to a certain social group or orthodoxy. It is rather the opposite question one could ask. How does orthodoxy even emerge from networks of influences and connections? Now, let me conclude with this anecdote that I am taking from Anastasius the librarian's questions and answers. This is number 111. Now then, I quote, now then, it is found in old tradition that there was a scholar who cursed the philosopher Plato exceedingly. So during his sleep, Plato appeared to him and said, man, stop cursing me. You're only harming yourself. That I was a sinful man, I do not deny. But when Christ came down to Hades, there was in fact no one who believed in him before I did. Here are the four papers on which this presentation was based. And the last one I didn't mention, or I didn't talk about Buddhism, but that would be a great point of connection with Professor Tiso's presentation. It is also about Evagrius and Buddhism. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Mueller. I would like to now take a moment to introduce Dr. George Evagrius, who's with us here from South Dakota. George Evagrius is the Research, Scholarship, and Creative Activity Faculty Fellow for the College of Arts, which I understand now you are the assistant professor.
Well, so I'm finishing my fellowship and I'm starting assistant professor.
So congratulations. As well as the senior lecturer of the philosophy and religion at South Dakota State University. He is the author of Evagrius Ponticus and Cognitive Science, a look at moral evil and the thoughts, published in 2010, amongst other texts. His research is interdisciplinary, looking at theology, religion, science, and popular culture. He holds a PhD from the Lutheran School of Theology at Chicago. Welcome, and thank you for joining us.
All right, thank you very much. I'm very honored at the invitation to be here with all these great scholars, and we've heard a lot of great material. I'd also like to hear Dr. Mueller's feedback on my book based on the statement he just made. Although a lot of what I do with Evagrius is kind of appropriating and turning his work into practical application for the modern age, and that's sort of what I'm arguing today. So I'm going to jump around a little bit for the sake of time. Let me start the stopwatch here so I'm officially on time. All right, there we go. We're counting down. All right. So basically, my proposal is that Evagrius is, I mean, there's all these problems historically with Evagrius from a theological point of view, at least from Orthodox theological point of view, and yet his work kind of just transcends and remains. And so my argument is that we can take pragmatism through the modern lens and appropriate his work to modern problems like AI ethics. That's basically where I'm going with this. Hopefully this is kind of an opening to a larger discussion. So if you'll indulge me as I read, and hopefully have a good conversation later. Okay. And I'm at that age where my eyesight is in between, so you'll forgive me as I lift my glasses here. It looks more scholarly though. As stated in Evagrius's work, we find a psychologically and spiritually useful system for combating evil and reaching the place of God through pure prayer. Studying his approach to prayer in the ascetic life leads us to the tradition started in ancient Greece and later Roman philosophy in Aristotle and the Stoics. Also, something we could talk about later. In approaching a hermeteology of Evagrius, there are two major projects which I see as viable. First, his connection to ancient philosophy, and then his ascetic work on the 8 thoughts, just kind of getting some foundation. So briefly, I know we're all familiar with this, but in ancient philosophy, we find a common theme of the use of virtue and vice rooted in the battle between the passions and the intellect of the human person. This is most prominently referenced in Book 2 of Aristotle's Nicomachean Ethics and the move to virtue ethics, which is sort of where I'm setting some of this. As most any philosophy student can tell you, ethics is closely tied to habit, even in the etymology of the terms themselves, virtue of character and habituation. It is something that must be trained by its very nature. So virtues arise in us neither by nature nor contrary to nature, but nature gives us the capacity to acquire them, and completion comes through habituation, coming from Nicomachean Ethics. We form habits through our actions that allow us to control and overcome our base passions. We also see this in eudaimonian ethics. Character exists, as the name signifies, because it develops from habit, and a thing gets habituated as a result of a pattern of conduct that is not innate. And prior to that, he notes that virtue and vice are connected to pleasures and pains, and it is through these that discipline works as a type of treatment. And that's another study, but we could talk about medical language also in Evagrius and how we apply that. The French philosopher Pierre Hadot teases this out in his text, Philosophy as a Way of Life, where he explicitly discusses Evagrius's approach to combating thoughts, building out of the history of spiritual exercises found in the ancient philosophical tradition. Hadot argues that for early Christians, monasticism became the culmination of Christian perfection, building on the spiritual exercises of ancient philosophy. And again, this is exemplified in Evagrius's work as he parallels the three stages of philosophy with his own system: ethics, practice, physics, the contemplation of nature, and theology, the contemplation of, quote, the principle of all things. I would argue that ultimately Evagrius's hamartiology fits in the structure of understanding the universe and his approach to pure prayer. So in a sense, I'm setting aside the broader cosmology of Evagrius to look just at how he appropriates sin and treats virtue, vice, and habit. Okay. According to Evagrius, the death for which the philosopher monk is in training is the complete uprooting of the passions which bind the soul to the body. And again, this follows from Plato, and then we see it in Clement of Alexandria, and later in Maximus, etc. Apatheia leads to the soul detaching itself from the body. Hadot teases out the long history of virtue and vice in spiritual exercises that predate the Christian tradition, and of course established this foundation for how early Christians approached monasticism and ascetic practice. And we see in Evagrius this metaphor of the movement from Egypt to Judah to Jerusalem to Zion, kind of paralleling the corporeal to the incorporeal to the place of God, right? Okay. So this is basically, I would argue, actually following Dr. Mueller, I mean, like, Evagrius is a philosopher, although he is a Christian philosopher, and he is following in the tradition of Justin Martyr, Clement of Alexandria, et cetera, et cetera. This is part of the Christian approach during these centuries. In the Eight Thoughts, we see a philosophical and perhaps anachronistically psychological approach to sin, blending the asceticism of the philosophical schools and Egyptian desert with a Christian cosmology. But what about his idea of sin as a whole? Well, drawing from Augustine Cassidy, we see his approach to sin as a difference in will. Sin is precisely this defection by creaturely wills, and what follows from the defection. So for Evagrius, the contemplation needed to know God is hindered by sin. One must be purified of sin in order to have a proper understanding of God. One cannot know God even in part without this purification. A person must break themselves of sinful habits and establish holy ones for God's reasons in nature to be understood. Thus, sin is a hindrance to knowing God. It is the barrier that must be overcome. Evagrius sets this in a context of vice-filled versus virtuous human will. Action is created through schemata, the physical representations that allow the mind to act. So in Thoughts 25, he states, without such forms, a mind could do nothing, for it is both incorporeal and deprived of any such movement. He goes on to state that the mind cannot sin. He gives the example of adultery specifically because it does not have a body. It is the embodying of the concept that allows for the mind to engage in sin through mental representations. This seems to be right at the core of what, if we develop his hamartiology, it's this misplaced will. Sin becomes the mental embodiment of concept. The stage of mental representation leads to sin, otherwise, perhaps the mind could remain pure. He later states in the same chapter, demonic thought, in fact, is an incomplete image of the sensible person constituted in the intellect, or with the mind motivated by passion, says or does something impious in secret with regard to the phantoms it forms in succession. The combat of the Eight Thoughts is really just the practical extension of this broader ideology. Sins are committed through the embodiment of thoughts, but the broader concept of sin is rooted in the malformed will. sin ontologically is in the will, but the kind of practical approach to sinning is the resultant actions of images created by that mind or will. So at least initially, it's less important to think about how the monk overcomes the original sins than thinking about the structure of will. And I'll revisit that later. So let me just skip ahead here. This is also hinted at On Thoughts in chapter 19. Again, he states, "It follows, therefore, that the fourth element is the cause of sin." And in this case, he's talking about avarice, namely that which is not an object with substantial subsistence, but nor the mental representation of an object, nor even the incorporeal mind, but a pleasure hostile to humanity, born of free will and compelling the mind to make misuse of the creatures of God. It is the law of God that has been entrusted with circumcising this pleasure. Okay? So though the thoughts create the sinful action that needs to be held in check by God's law, the remedy for these thoughts is to engage in, quote, careful examination, and the thought will be destroyed and dissipate in its own consideration, and the demon will flee from you when your intellect has been raised to heights by this knowledge. Again, following On Thoughts. So look at this through a modern lens. There seems to be this is going to open a can of worms, I know, an element of cognitive behavioral therapy, where understanding a thought can release one from the effects of it. He explicitly defines sin in the Practicos, and he says that sin for a monk is the consent of the thought to the forbidden pleasure. Again, sin is tied to the will of the monk. So I'm going to go ahead and skip ahead. I have a little section on the Antireticos and how he uses scripture, but I'm guessing most of us are familiar, and you could read the article later once it comes out and is turned in by September 15th.
Thank you.
It's brought to you by timeliness. And then, of course, we see the way he uses scripture also in the Practicos and on the 8 thoughts. And sometimes it's direct, sometimes it's indirect, sometimes it's appropriating. So Evagrius himself is appropriating scripture in a similar way to maybe I'm arguing the appropriation of Evagrius. So extracting a basic hamartiology is somewhat difficult, but the approach to sin is one of a wrongly directed will, keeping in line with his view of the intellect and how we approach God. Sin becomes our impediment to knowing God, just as we see in many Christian traditions. However, his contextualization with the other scholars of the day, it's pretty much in line. The philosophical emphases that bring us to an Orthodox Christology and view of the Trinity seem to be in line with his approach to sin. And if you throw in his view of virtue and vice, which is in basic agreement with Aristotle, you have the foundations of the ancient tradition reflected in his work. Maybe not necessarily giving us a wholesale new hamartiology, but a consistent worldview with the Greek philosophical tradition, again, I think, as Dr. Mueller was talking about. I was behind a slide, I'm sorry. Moving on to pragmatism, and this is where I think it gets a little interesting for us here as a group. Though the ancient Greeks focused on intellect over passion, as is borne out in the works of Aristotle and others, Evagrius's work has often been used in a pragmatic way and applied to general spirituality. In this sense, it has already often been ripped from its theological framework for application to prayer, at least most often. I think it is important to mention this at the outset of this section. You know, this basically, I'm arguing that pragmatism is helpful here, but I think this has already been done for the last 1500 years. I mean, in different ways. We're applying Evagrius's work. The psychological work of the late 19th century, late 19th through the 20th century stems from the aftermath of the origin of species and the reevaluation of theology and philosophy in light of it. The psychology and brain science of this period allows us to reevaluate earlier theologians through a new lens. Evagrius in particular is ripe for this sort of study because his work focuses on the inner life of the monk and uses a good deal of what we might call psychological language. Again, I know I'm being a little anachronistic, but I'm admitting it. So we're just going to do it. The pragmatists, and William James in particular, give us a new framework for dealing with this sort of psychological approach because his work straddles both pragmatism and religious experience, James, I'm speaking of. So in James, we're free to look at Evagrius in a way that is helpful for the modern, postmodern world. So I'm using him as kind of an opening to the pragmatism of what we see in the 20th and 21st century. In the previous book I wrote on Evagrius, I was connecting his work to cognitive science. I looked at William James there, but more for his religious experience. In this paper, I'm looking specifically at pragmatism. And James sees pragmatism as a method that unstiffens our theories, limbers them up, and sets each one at work. Being nothing new, it harmonizes with many ancient philosophical tendencies. That's quoting pragmatism. And again, the attitude of looking away from first things, principles, categories, supposed necessities, and of looking toward last things, fruits, consequences, and facts. So if we apply James's thought, we look to see what the results of the concept are versus the foundational principle, which again is the source of big debate. And actually, I think I'll skip this next page, but basically I make the argument this was a source of debate early on with pragmatism and James because of its move away from kind of traditional, I think, ancient philosophy, at least in a sense, but it has kind of become wholesale accepted, I think, into American and often other parts of Western culture. So then why then is pragmatism helpful in bringing Evagrius into the age of artificial intelligence? Well, to start, one of the major strengths of Evagrius' spirituality is that it can be applied in many different systems, which is why it has stood the test of time, despite being divorced from his overall theology. Over the past 1600 years, we've seen him applied through prayer and popularized, of course, through the 7 deadly sins in the Western tradition. And so those who don't even know the name Evagrius know the work of Evagrius in one way or another. And I see pragmatism as sort of a hermeneutical bridge between Evagrius and the modern age, where people can choose to use this method of combating the thoughts or displacement, addressing the displacement of the will within their spiritual lives. And hopefully the final article, I can nail this down, but I'm working on kind of denoting this in a sort of equation mathematical format. So my undergrad is in engineering and I still have the vestiges of that in there. So part of what I'm doing here is divorcing his hermeteology from his overall system. And part of it is claiming that hermeteology as a pragmatic one. So just as Evagrius approaches scripture to combat individual thoughts, we might appropriate his admonitions in a pragmatic context. Okay. So what he is seemingly doing is creating a system of spirituality that is useful in combating demons in an intellectual way. And it works because of the overall structure of intellect and thought, which is building on that ancient philosophy. But I'm arguing that we can divorce that and just use it pragmatically. It works both ways, but I think that there's an appropriation we can make. Okay. So here's my slide. AI is here. The Pope said so. So I want to talk about AI. I knew that one might land. And we have a Chicago Pope now, so one of my neighbors. As I type this, last week Pope Leo XIV made a statement to the world while flanked by Chris Olah, the founder of the large AI company Anthropic. The Pope put out a long encyclical delineating humanity's place in the moving world of artificial intelligence. In it, he states, whenever humanity is in danger of marring its true identity, we Christians lift our eyes to the incarnate God, knowing that it is only in the mystery of the Word made flesh that the mystery of humanity truly becomes clear. And later he states, in the era of artificial intelligence, when human dignity is threatened by new forms of dehumanization, ours is the pressing duty to remain profoundly human. This encyclical deserves more exploration, and I do plan to look at it more closely. It drives home the importance of the human person's identity in the age of AI. And one specific quote out of this encyclical that caught my attention was in section 167. For young people, job insecurity is particularly devastating. As the bishops of the United States of America have recalled, work is not merely a source of income, but a crucial sphere in which identity is formed and one's vocation is discerned. So the fact that we're seeing these statements out of a Roman Catholic Pope, and this is going to sound bad, but I think I hope you can see where I'm coming from this. The fact that he is already talking about this means we are far beyond where we maybe should be as far as knowledge of AI. The fact that it is on this level and this popular. And this really does hit at the heart of human identity. Therefore, in looking at how identity is shaped in the modern age, the effect of AI on vocation is significant. Preceding this, however, is the effect of social networking, the internet, and smartphone usage. Our world is shaped by an ethereal reality that has us battling or often silencing our inner thoughts in order to make it through the day. Though Evagrius could not have known the future of technology, his work is prescient in two major ways. First, in combating thoughts that are constantly and aggressively in our mind, and second, in the battle we face that is now fully internalized. Those of you who teach university students see this every day, right? They just stare at their phone. They're disassociated. It is truly the thought becoming reality in a sinful way. Technology roots temptation in the individual in a way not seen before. So I'm going to do a little bit of an overview now and some modern philosophy. In the 1980s and 90s, computer networks were aggressively on the rise. Though the internet in its current form really did not take hold until 1994, network computing was already widely established in some circles, more professional, but some gamers also. The philosopher Albert Borgman, writing before really the breakthrough of the internet, states this. The telephone network, of course, is an early version of hyper-intelligent communication, and we know in what ways the telephone has led to disconnectedness. So that statement alone is kind of mind-blowing for us now, considering how much more disconnected we are as we are more and more connected. It has extinguished the seemingly austere communication via letters. Yet this austerity was wealth in disguise. To write a letter, one needed to sit down, collect one's thoughts, and whirl, and commit them laboriously to paper. Such labor was a guide to concentration and responsibility. What I found most profound in the statement is what he says just prior to this. If everyone is indifferently present, regardless of where one is located on the globe, no one is commandingly present. These statements were made over 30 years ago, but they point to a rapidly escalating technology, and we've just been on that kind of train since then. The work of Evagrius is needed more than ever to address this type of isolation. Not only are we becoming more and more isolated, but that isolation is being filled with quasi-humanity and temptation like never before. Gambling, pornography, and forms of idolatry are at our fingertips, and yet many do not have the tools to address them. And I'm not even doing this on a strictly theological or moral level. There's debate on these things. I know we all have different opinions, but empirically, they are destructive to our society. Further, we see in the work of Hubert Dreyfus addressing this condition in a prescient way. He states that risk is necessary to form true relationships, so there can be no meaning in the electronic domain. The Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy describes it as such. We are drawn to online social environments precisely because they allow us to play with the notions of identity, commitment, and meaning without risking the irrevocable consequences that ground real identities and relationships. He goes on to state, Kierkegaard would surely argue that while the internet allows unconditional commitments, it does not support them. Like a simulator, it manages to capture everything but the risk. Our imaginations can be drawn in, as they are in playing games and watching movies. But so far as games work by capturing our imaginations, they will fail to give us serious commitments. Just to check the time here. All right, there we go. So risk and commitment are needed for fully formed relationships. And electronic relationships only give us a version of it. And I could give a whole, I have done this lecture before. Basically, you can find my Instagram page. It's a much different person than is before you today, right? We cultivate something for people to see, okay? So let me jump ahead to the conclusion on this. We'll have a little more time for discussion too. Actually, let me read one more paragraph about machine learning. One hint might be in looking at how machine learning is done in artificial intelligence. AI is dependent on data inputs, and those inputs slowly work toward desired outputs by creating a sort of learning loop. The information entered creates outputs that can be reevaluated, and this fine-tunes the systems of intelligence. But the results are heavily influenced by the data entered. So we have all sorts of issues created by that, both from plagiarism to garbage inputs. Do you know, there's a study recently, what are the two largest inputs of AI? Does anyone know this?
Social media.
It was Reddit and Wikipedia. So a form of social media, though, yeah. So the inputs for much of AI are not great. I know that was severely understated, but
Reddit?
Okay, we're all on Reddit, right? No, okay. Okay. So from a standpoint of virtue or morality, we have no established standard if AI is not set up to think with that standard, right? It doesn't have this ancient philosophical framework in itself. So humans then approach this AI as a form of absolute truth, right? Many people search for information, they get the AI response, that's gospel now. And yet it's based in all this flawed information. So even if this isn't done explicitly, it's done, again, pragmatically. Much like Evagrius's monks in their cells, humans have been isolated more and more by technology. This gives us more and more reason to look to the anchorites for ways to cope with the isolation and loneliness of our thoughts. The one difference is that we often force ourselves to be busy to avoid inner contemplation, while also living in a society that actively discourages focus. Perhaps the rise in ascetic interest in recent years is a reaction to this technological society. Though, as Borgman states, the network telephone, and thus the internet, have had a great effect on disconnectedness, we can trace the history of communication technology over the past 150 years, from the telegraph to the telephone, to the cell phone, to the smartphone, and at each stage, a new effect on human identity is formed. In looking to Evagrius's 8 thoughts and his conception of sin, we find a similar historical pattern that gives us the tools to combat aggressive isolationism of the modern age. This takes on special importance in the age of artificial intelligence, obviously. So let me kind of move to my final conclusions. First, to the issue of, I did a little summary that I'm skipping, so I apologize for that, but just for the sake of time. To the issue of the 8 thoughts historically and the use of pragmatism, I find it interesting that it seems we have separated Evagrius's discussion of the thoughts from his discussion on the will and the Trinity. Though we discuss pure prayer in connection to the divine in his approach to prayer, at least in a general sense, his work seems to have always been appropriated in a practical way. If you look at a lot of the documents and the fact that he couldn't even use his own name on those documents. Perhaps this is because it was buried under these pseudonyms. It was co-opted by Gregory the Great. I know that's not the word I want, but let's go with it. Appropriated by Gregory the Great into the 7 deadly sins. And his base work on the 8 thoughts is this familiar taxonomy, and it gives us structure. The work developed on Evagrius in this past, and also what we hear at this conference in various ways, is representative of much of the historical background. As William James presents pragmatism as a theory that might work with other belief systems, such as ancient philosophy, it is my suggestion that much of Evagrius's work has been applied in a pragmatic way and appropriated versus fully kept within its own context. I think we can make this claim about much of Christian tradition, but specifically, or more so, with Evagrius. And I think this is a fallout of the condemnation of 553 and others, as have come up at this conference. Second, if we are outsourcing our freedom of will to algorithms and forms of machine learning, Evagrius offers us a chance to see beyond the digital facade and to look to our will internally. Evagrius offers us, the way machine learning has been done, as well as the continued advancement of social networks toward, quote, optimization, read profit, have moved our daily interactions out of our control. The addictive nature of social networks has had the effect of presenting us daily with the thoughts of Evagrius. Gluttony, fornication, avarice, and pride are constantly in our face. Add to this that the AI itself is creating much of the content, as humans have outsourced their own creative work and will to AI. This is where I believe the future of virtue and vice discussion must go, dealing with a reality that is a representation of our thoughts, yet done so in private. I'll need like 2 more minutes. AI in the virtual space is the embodiment, if such a term is even appropriate, of Evagrius's 8 thoughts. The thoughts are brought to life through pixels and interactive temptation, slowly destroying our will in a series of micro-habits. This harkens back to Aristotle's Nicomachean Ethics, where our habits determine our actions. I believe this could be used to enforce and build virtue, but it never is, right? The negative feedback is the feedback that is most valued and reinforced in social media. Jaron Lanier, one of the founders of virtual reality, states, he calls these things behavior modification empires, a fitting title for so powerful a tool. Our wills are being controlled in such a way that we have handed over agency. So again, a misformed will. Within the context of Evagrius's beliefs on sin, this puts us in a condition of constantly being tempted to sin in a way not available during his time period. The digital embodiment of the thoughts keeps humans perpetually in a state of struggle. The need for Evagrius's tools to combat these thoughts is more necessary than ever, yet we must be cognizant of the internal setting to which we are putting ourselves. Third, the tools to combat vice in the world of social networks must be individual. We are constantly put into a state of internal struggle with our time and thoughts through social networks. The meta sin of our age is that of acedia, or listlessness. Kathleen Norris's book on acedia was an early look at this demon for the modern age. There's an exponentially growing issue with anxiety and depression. I'm sure you see it in your classrooms and parishes, which some might link directly to this concept of acedia. And there's been recent research, I didn't go into it in this paper, on anxiety, depression, and connection to acedia. She states, one of the first symptoms of both acedia and depression is the inability to address the body's basic daily needs. It is also a refusal of repetition, you could read habit. The control of acedia over our lives is facilitated in large part by social networks. If Borgman is correct that we tend toward what is easily consumable, and Dreyfus is correct that we do not take a risk in an environment, it is the ease of social networks that leads us down a path of AI-controlled acedia. It is funny to think that the very thing that the monks struggled with the most in their cells is the thing that much of the world struggles with in their virtual cell. We have accepted a prison with a small group of tech moguls as our guard. The need for Evagrius's work on the thoughts is greater than ever because it gives us pragmatic distillation of Aristotle and the ancient philosophers for our age. The historical development of Christian asceticism is best applied to our current situation by understanding and applying Evagrius's harmatiology to our world, not just in a theoretical sense, but a pragmatic one. Thank you. I have this fun slide now. Okay.
Sorry, it is you or us then?
Thank you. Thank you very much for that very engaging and very relevant and timely presentation. We did not just travel on the map from Nova Scotia to Finland and Italy and everywhere else, but we also traveled the entire map of ideas and bringing it from the 4th century to the 21st. I think that was a very wonderful contribution. Right now, I would like to turn to our respondent, Dr. Joel Palmasmaki, which everyone's last name I mispronounced, so I'm officially forgiven, right?
I'm giving the same to you, I think.
Yes, I think it's not, but does not bother me at all. So I'm hoping that I'm forgiven, but I would like to now turn our attention to your response and comments, after which I will then like to open for discussion around the table and with our Zoom participants. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm humbled to be responded to such 2 well-paired papers. I can't think of a better pairing for either of your papers than the one that is here. I think my job's very easy because we are all just we're bursting with questions and comments. I'm hopeful, though, that some initial thoughts might bring the 2 of you into conversation with each other, primarily as we get our discussion going. the question I have for well, I mean, they're for both of you. I'll start with you, George. Is there well, I'm reminded of how Stoicism has been reappropriated in the 20th century for the modern application and modern usage. In having Evagrius's harmatology wrest from his theology, is something lost, and does it become the plaything of what you want it to be rather than what it is? I noticed that much of the second half of your paper had a lot about William James and his successors, but there wasn't very much Evagrius in it. And we heard a lot about the possibilities of applying Evagrius, but we didn't actually see any Evagrius being applied to AI. That's you're setting up. This is your gauntlet that's being thrown down, but you have some jousting to do. We have another gauntlet that's been thrown down with you, Fabian, and I find it a very, very refreshing voice in a world that's in an area of studies that seems to be dominated by those who think that the spectra of metaphysics has been buried in as far as Evagrius studies go. I do have to wonder, though, if somebody like a Thomas Taylor was around today to rescue Iamblichus or Porphyry, would it be unfair for such a person to create a portrait of Iamblichus as a spiritual master as their point of emphasis rather than a metaphysician? In your account, where is the author of the 8 Thoughts of where there is clearly not a metaphysical foot put forward in the treatise? And with that, I'd like to see if the two of you have any comments or reactions to each other's ideas. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from the audience, either from here around the table or here in person joining us? Deacon Hovanes, please.
I was interested to learn between Professor Muller and...
If you'd like to stand up just for our Zoom audience, they would also see you.
Yes. If you have done any comparative work with the 2nd century BC Egyptian therapeutes, the Templar monastic, let's say, precursors. Have you done any work? Do you know any work in that direction?
I have not, although when I was doing my work with Evagrius before, I did look at some of the medical language from a bit later, but not from the Egyptian. So I will take a look. Thank you.
We'll take now one question from Father High-Level, and then after that we'll move to Zoom before we come to you.
Dr. Fabian, I would like to ask, just going back to your first dilemma, can a theological approach explain Evagrius' thought? And answer, also metaphysical reading. Do you think that is theology possible without metaphysics in general?
Well, to me, the obvious answer would be no, because the person who has invented theology is Aristotle, and he invented it as a form of philosophy. So in that respect, if I may answer as a historian of metaphysics, I would say, I would obviously say no. The two are connected. They are fuzzy, as sociologists say nowadays. They are fuzzy concepts. So we don't really know what they are. But from the moment of their apparition, they seem somehow intertwined.
And to Dr. Tsakilidis, just normally in Poplio, we hear criticism or some fear for artificial intelligence, or even before for excessive internet integration. What these things make run just have a rush, a terrible rush with the world. What do you think about, can we somehow just put some limit to this trend? Is it possible, or we have to make resignation to fate?
I want to say yes, we can, but I don't think we can. I think the question is, like, throughout history, there are these technologies that change the way we are human and interact with each other. And I would argue that artificial intelligence takes this to a level we have not seen before. And because it really does affect the human person, to the extent that people are having relationships now with artificial intelligence and treating them as persons. So we might have questions about the personhood of artificial intelligence itself, which I think creates problems. The problem is that AI is too powerful a tool economically. And I don't think we can, I mean, I think individual governments or religious organizations may put limits, but as a whole, there will always be someone who will push this, partly because of the sin of pride, if nothing else, you know, to be like God is the agenda ultimately. But that's a large question.
I would like to now invite two of our guests from Zoom, Dr. Ruth Gorman joining us from Oxford. Dr. Ruth, if you would like to ask your question, and then after Dr. Ruth, Professor Viserjic, I will take your question before we return to around the table.
Thank you very much, and I hope you can hear me well. Thank you very much for these two fantastic contributions, which I enjoyed very much. I have a remark and a question to Dr. Müller. I was wondering, when you talked about this discussion about whether Evagrius is rather a philosopher or theologian, I mean, I think we have to take to keep in mind that this separation between theology and philosophy is something that developed in medieval times during the Middle Ages, and that means thinkers like Evagrius probably their self-understanding was as a philosopher, because Christianity in early times was rather perceived in the environment as a philosophy, not as a religion. So the Christian thinkers were philosophers developing their thoughts in a philosophical environment, and in dialogue with the philosophical tradition. And I was wondering, when you talked about this separation and the discussion, do the authors who claim Evagrius is a theologian, do they reflect on the fact that this separation is rather anachronistic, that we apply categories from a later time and thus isolate Evagrius from a context in which he was part and which shaped his thoughts?
That's a very good question, and I agree wholeheartedly with your premise, namely that it is an anachronistic distinction. The distinction I want to highlight is that there is a disciplinary difference nowadays. So the people studying Evagrius nowadays are theologians. For example, I had the bad idea a few months or rather years ago to submit an article on Evagrius to a journal in ancient philosophy. And the answer, it obviously got a desk rejection, but the answer of the editor was, among our readership, no one knows who Evagrius is. Like, this is not a paper for us. And that made me think there is a problem of communication and of disciplinary boundaries that has brought us into this situation where there is a wall around Evagrius that makes that philosophers aren't interested in him because they don't perceive him as potentially theirs. So the argument that I want to make is not so much about history, because that history conforms very much to what you just said. It's not a history of clear conceptual distinctions, but it's just a state of how scholarship and reading is done nowadays. And the authors who talk about Evagrius as a theologian mostly don't reflect on history. So they make statements that have to do with group belonging and confessional belonging. So they want to have Evagrius on the Christian side, and not for historical reasons, but just because they perceive him as theirs. They perceive his thought as a genuine Christian thought that they want to pertain only to them. So there's something like a social phenomenon there rather than a historical one.
Thank you. Professor Misercek?
I have three questions. One to Dr. Tsakridis. I was wondering when you said that the pragmatic approach of Evagrius is one of the biggest reasons for his condemnation during the Second Constantinople Council. If you read that's a very strange affirmation for me, because if you read the Acts of the Council, you see that Evagrius was condemned by theoretical ideas, not pragmatic. Pragmatic text like to monks or to virgin has never been condemned and was read during the whole history of the Christianity in the West and in the East until now. So for me, it's I would say it's very strange affirmation and simply not true, or if I correctly understood your affirmation. And
if I can respond, I think you misunderstood what I was saying. I was saying that because of the condemnation in 553, his work subsequent to that was used in a pragmatic way, because he had to go under pseudonyms, and his work in the cosmology had to be kind of relegated.
Yeah. So okay.
At the council, but as the subsequent results of the council.
Okay. Thank you for clarification. And I have the question to Fabian Müller. First is, once again, if I correctly understood your statement, that you said that Evagrius despised the human body. Is it correct?
I said that Evagrius was not positive about the body.
That's not true, absolutely. I have the text here with me from Kefala Agnostica, for example, 460. Those who blaspheme against the Creator and speak ill of this mortal body of our soul, who will show them the grace that they have received, they are subject to passions to have been joined to such an instrument. There are a lot of texts, very positively presenting human body, because that was a kind of statement against the Gnostics. We should remember, and we have this statement yesterday, very, very strong. We should be very careful, because sometimes Evagrius is talking about body in two meanings. One, our human body which we have now, and sometimes as a Gnostic body, which is as we said in the morning, it's a kind of spiritual body, but immaterial at the same time. It's like Jesus after his resurrection.
But I'm sorry, but I don't think that body exists actually, because the person who came up with that argument is Kevin Corrigan, and the only place he found as a support to that body is the passage in the letter to Melania. And also regarding your first objection, the exact thing I said about the body in Evagrius is that Evagrius is not more positive about the body than Plotinus. And Plotinus says exactly the same thing about the body as the one you quoted from Evagrius in his treatise against the Gnostics. But the case I want to make is that Evagrius doesn't have a more positive vision than Plotinus, and in addition, he also says in the Kephalaia that in the end, the salvation comes from the intellect being separated from the body. So in the end, the body doesn't even exist anymore.
Yeah, but for Evagrius, it comes also from the transformation of the body. I don't know Plotinus so well, and I cannot discuss this issue, but for Evagrius, salvation is not only spiritual, but the transformation of the body also, from this terrestrial to this Gnostic body. And we should be very careful regarding this point. And the second, which has been already discussed, we should be very careful not impose our separation between theology and philosophy on the first centuries of, on the 4th century, for example, in the time of Evagrius, because it's anachronistic. I think we should abandon the statement of Guimont, Evagrius as a philosopher of the desert, because that's false and misleading. Historical context was theological for Evagrius and monastic. There's no doubt. And there's no question. I want to put him on the Christian side. He was on the Christian side. That's obvious for us. We don't need to do anything. Because the problem with his metaphysics is where you put his text, like his exegetical text, like Scholia in Proverbia, Scholia in Psalmos, Scholia in Ecclesiastes, treated to the monks, treated to the Virgin. There's no metaphysics up there, or very little.
I think this is very, very
Thank you.
Quite motivated to see how it's actually cultivated all these ideas, which we will continue. I do want to now ask Professor Douglas Christie, you have your hand up, and after Professor Douglas Christie, we will return to the round table, which I know Professor Istvan would like to say something, and we'll carry on.
Thank you. Do we have time?
Yes, we do. Please join us.
Okay. So appreciate both your papers. Thank you so much. And I'm thinking about this question of Evagrius, the theologian, versus Evagrius, the philosopher. Professor Muller, you made such a compelling case for retrieving a more thoughtful approach to Evagrius, the philosopher or the metaphysician. I feel like we're in danger sometimes in these conversations of losing sight of Evagrius the monk. And I don't think to say Evagrius is a monk is to say in any way then, oh, he couldn't have been a philosopher. It's not that, but the theology versus philosophy debate risks losing sight of something, which is that he lived as a monk, he lived in community, he read scripture, he thought about what it meant to live in a Christian community. So it's just to ask about whether we risk losing something if we lose sight of that fundamental ground. I don't think reorienting ourselves toward Evagrius the monk necessarily means we have to fall down on one side or the other in this debate. It's very complex and interesting. And the last thing I'll just say, this reminds me a little bit of something that happened maybe 20 years ago with Samuel Rubinson's very important work on retrieving the sense of Anthony as somebody who we could think of as a philosopher through reading carefully the letters of Anthony. And he was trying to offer a corrective to the view of Anthony we get in Athanasius or in the Apophthegmata. Even in that debate, however, it felt like there had to be a winner. Anthony had to be a philosopher and not a simple monk, or not the saint presented by Athanasius. And I am always interested myself personally in reading these traditions in a holistic way. These are representations that we have, and each one invites our careful attention. And sometimes I feel like we, I don't know, we could do better at trying to understand them in relationship to one another. So there's a question in there. I think you can probably perceive it, but it's about the sharp delineation of one view from another and resituating Evagrius in this case in his monastic life. And does that help us? Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Let me can I just give a very quick answer to this to like express my sympathy with the idea that was just articulated. I said in my paper that Evagrius is, I didn't say that he was not a monk. I said that he is a monk as philosopher. And my argument was specifically directed against people who say that he's not a philosopher. So I'm not saying he's not a monk. I'm not making the opposite case. I'm just saying maybe monasticism intersects or has a shared ground with the history of Neoplatonism. That's my case. The case is not monks don't exist. Yes, but I am sympathetic with your approach. So thank you for that comment.
Yes. Did you have a comment, Professor Stone?
Yeah.
Or okay, so why don't I ask you to offer your comment and then Professor Davis?
Okay. So naturally, my comment is to Professor Müller's paper. First of all, thank you so much for having read my paper on Evagrius as a philosopher. Secondly, thank you for not criticizing me for that part which was incorrect in that paper, namely that I claimed that Evagrius is a very good philosopher but a very poor theologian. I don't hold this anymore. Thank you so much for not holding this. I think he was an excellent theologian, and no, but at that time I was still bound by a dogmatic perspective, which I wanted to transcend but could not at that time. And thirdly, isn't it strange that ever since I published that, how to say, very imperfect paper, trying to reconstruct the metaphysical system of Evagrius, you did not find any other attempt. It's an old paper, it's very imperfect, and simply there was no continuation. So I hope that you will continue it. There is something which I did not understand then, and which I believe to understand. Namely, there is such a thing as a par excellence Christian Platonist philosophy, which was condemned several times under the evil label of originalism. Because you are right that he is so close to his philosophical environment. And I think it's a big mistake to think that he was just influenced by Middle Platonism. He was very much reading Plotinus and even Iamblichus. That is a work that should be done still. But I think that he belonged to a school to which also Origen belonged, and to which also later Saint Maximus belonged, which and to which much later Psellos and Italus belonged, who wanted to get into dialogue with pagan philosophy from a specifically Christian point of view, but as philosophy, and not as only as scriptural exegesis and spirituality and so on. And we have somehow forgotten this, although it was precisely the now quoted Samuel Rubenson who has opened a fantastic new path, not only with his study on Antony, but also in his later studies about the original constitution of Egyptian monasticism, because it's a very important thing which somehow doesn't get through, I don't know why, namely that ancient monasteries were organized as philosophical schools. And I discussed this with Samuel, with whom we have, I think, a very close relationship. And I told him that the watershed is in the 6th century, with the condemnation of, with the Sabaeite renewal of monasticism. It was Saint Sabas and perhaps also Saint Theodosius who have reorganized monasticism in a non-philosophical basis. And this was the monasticism that prevailed after that in Byzantium. The philosophical trend of monasticism lived in the so-called peripheries, if we consider Constantinople as the center. In the Armenian tradition, it was completely uninterrupted. In the Syriac tradition, it was, how to say, there was a fight, but it was basically uninterrupted, mostly perhaps both in the two traditions, but very much in the West Syriac Miaphysite tradition with the school of Keneshre, which was a philosophical school. It just kept the philosophical structure, and that's how it could become a major transmitter of ancient philosophy to the Arabs. So I think we have to rehabilitate this tradition, which was so much oppressed in our Christian churches, but not in the Oriental churches. The Byzantine Church, certainly, less in the Western Church interest. So, also, just last, I created once an ERC application for the study of this tradition with such people in it like Alexander Traiger, and with the advisory board with such people as Sarah Strunza, as Samuel Rubenson and Carlos Stella. It badly failed. It was not even sent to the peer reviewers, saying that there is nothing new in it. It could be an over subject or nothing. Then I did not listen. So it's and I think what is happening here at this conference is such a rehabilitation, which is wonderful. And I'm very thankful for your paper, Professor Müller. It really touched me.
Well, thank you. I'm very happy for this comment, and I'm happy to finally hear you talk, because I only knew your scholarship before. And there's one point on which I want to sympathize with you. It's the question of having a doctrinal mindset. What really reconfigured my thinking about Evagrius is French theologian Simone Weil, because what she keeps repeating is that when you want to think about Christianity, you have to let go of anathemas. You have to pretend that you have to understand that they don't exist, like they're not, they don't say anything. And reading Evagrius, by leaving the question of orthodoxy and doctrinal conformity aside, is just much more fruitful than wanting to pinpoint him or fix him to a certain type of conformity. So, yes. But thank you. Thank you very much.
Professor Robin Darling-Young has a quick comment, and then the final question from Professor Davis before we break for lunch.
Well, number one, amen to Simone Weil in every respect. Number two, perhaps it's easier for a kind of outsider chronicler to see what we're talking about. And I cite Ed Watts, who about 18 years ago in City and School in Late Antiquity simply said that it was Evagrius and his fellows who were the first to move philosophy out of the city and into the countryside. And I think that was exactly right.
Yeah, I think.
All right, thank you for the correction. They were connected.
Yes. Professor Davis.
Yeah, I was just going to try to make a connection between the papers as an intervention to the conversation that's happening now. And I think the work of Pierre Hadot and philosophy as a way of life, practice as a category for thinking about the form that philosophy took in its various manifestations. It may be one, and not the only avenue, but one avenue for cutting across these sorts of unhelpful dichotomies and thinking in ways that are not disconnected from the communal formations of those practices, right? So, it's possible to make connections, say, with Platonic forms of philosophical practice while also acknowledging, for example, monasteries as settings for that practice.
That's a very beautiful way of actually reconciling views that seem opposite, but they intersect in exactly that point. So that was a very good comment.
Excellent. Well, thank you. Having a very vibrant, active, and very engaging session. So thank you very much for all of your contributions, both here in person, but also with our Zoom participants. Right now, I would like to take a break for lunch. We will resume. So this concludes panel 6, Evagrius as a theorist. We will resume with panel 7, Evagrius and the Praying Soul, with Professor Douglas Christie opening the panel. Please let's resume here sharp at 2:30 p.m. East Coast time after lunch. But for a moment, I would like to pause and really thank some of the staff who makes this possible. As I mentioned, Deacon Armin, who made the technology absolutely, without his support, we would not be able to create such a smooth transition between all of the regions that we're connected to. So please, a round of applause for Deacon Armin. One more time. Many of us here are wearing several hats. I would like to thank Donna, who's doing our social media. Donna has joined us today, day 2. Sorry, we had an in-person phone ring that chuckled everybody. So Donna, thank you. We can give a round of applause for Donna for all of her. Finally, I would like to mention Deacon Levon, who's been wearing at least 5 hats, making sure we have food, making sure everything goes smooth in terms of rides and all of that. So round of applause for Deacon Levon. Thank you again for all of you for joining from the different time zones and the way you've accommodated this with your schedule. Please resume back and join us at 2:30 East Coast. Thank you again. Exactly. Well, welcome to panel 7, Evagrius and the Praying Soul. It is an honor to welcome Professor Douglas Christie joining us from California, Los Angeles, California on Zoom. I would like to take a moment to introduce Professor Christie, who is currently Professor Emeritus of Theological Studies at Loyola Marymount University in LA. He is the author of The Word in the Desert, Scripture and the Quest for Holiness in Early Christian Monasticism, published by Oxford in 1993. The Blue Sapphire of the Mind, Note for the Contemplative Ecology, also published by Oxford in 2012. And The Insurmountable Darkness of Love, Mysticism, Loss, and the Common Life, published by Oxford in 2022. He has been awarded fellowships for the Luce Foundation, the Lilly Foundation, and the National Endowment for the Humanities. From 2013 to 2015, Professor Douglas served as the co-director of the Casa de la Mateada, a study abroad program in Cordoba, Argentina, a faith-based program rooted in the Jesuit vision of education for solidarity. He lives with his family in Los Angeles. Thank you for joining us, Professor Christie. Welcome.
Thank you so much for that introduction. Thank you to Dr. Shahinian and to all the organizers of the conference. I think those of you present in person, also those of us online, would agree with me that Dr. Shahinian has been a model of grace under pressure. It's not easy to manage all of this and to manage all of us. Academics are sometimes known to be a little bit difficult. I don't know if you've heard that. I don't know if Evagrian scholars are more or less difficult than other academics, but anyway, thank you so much for your grace in facilitating all of this. As far as falling asleep goes, yes, it is just after lunch, and I think you remember the story from the desert of the brothers who complained to their Abba that one of their fellow monks kept falling asleep during the night office, and they wanted to kind of jab him awake. And Abba Poemen, I think it was, who turned to them and said, "Oh, if I see my brother falling asleep in the night office, I just take his head and place it on my lap and let him rest." So isn't that the spirit in which we are gathered here today? So if you feel yourself nodding off, just give in. I also want to offer just very briefly the caveat that we've heard many times now. I'm not an Evagrian specialist. We do that at conferences as a gesture of self-protection, lest anyone assume that we know more than we do. I have, however, spent most of my adult life reading and thinking with Evagrius. He's very important to me, very dear to me, and so I'm really grateful to be in this company of Evagrius scholars to share some thoughts. Last thing I'll say is there's kind of a deeper background to what I'm going to present today, which I'm not going to refer to explicitly, having to do with place and prayer. And I'm referring to the very important work that's been emerging the last 10, 15 years from Pope Francis with Laudato Si, and from His All Holiness Patriarch Bartholomew and his many writings on the environment. And the insight that they keep offering us is that without careful attention to our spiritual traditions, we will not have any real hope of sustaining the transformation of heart and mind we need to be better caretakers of the earth. So that's been very important to me, and I just say that as a note of introduction. I'm going to share some images, and they are, there's been some very formidable texts shared in many languages during this conference. I'm not going to do any of that. I'm rather going to share a few images that I hope will complement what I have to say. And also, if you should find yourself nodding off or otherwise losing focus, maybe the images will help a little bit. A woman sits alone in a chapel, late afternoon, sunlight slanting, silence gathering, stillness, emptiness, openness. It was my first visit to Redwoods Monastery in Northern California, now many years past. I was only beginning to locate myself in this place and to consider what had brought me here. Sister Veronique, the figure sitting alone in the chapel, welcomed me when I first arrived and invited me into her community and into the shared space of prayer. She also accompanied me in the days and months and years to come as I considered again and again what it might mean for me to enter that vast space of silence and attend to the movement of spirit within myself and pulsing through that particular place. The simple act of entering that silent space in the company of others, a deep stillness holding us close, our voices rising out of that stillness into song, then returning to silence, was unexpectedly intimate, but also challenging. I struggled to be present, to enter and inhabit a silence that was both alluring and disturbing. What to do with the intense feelings surfacing within me, how to still my mind and pay attention, how to be present to God in this place. It would be many years before I encountered the teachings on prayer found in the work of Evagrius and other early Christian monks, but in this moment, mostly without realizing it, I was already beginning to locate myself in relation to those ancient desert traditions of spiritual practice, listening, waiting, remaining open to the questions arising in that silence. And in my comings and goings, I often return to that figure sitting before me. Her stillness, her grace, her presence became for me an emblem of something nameless and immense that I was seeking for myself. Less noticeable at first, but increasingly important over time, was the place itself. The simple pine benches, the stone altar, the tall window behind the altar opening out onto a giant redwood tree and a meadow and a forest, and hidden deep in the forest, the Mattole River, teeming with salmon and running to the great Pacific. The silence held all of this life too, which poured into that little chapel and became part of our prayer. The place where we prayed, I began to notice, gave shape and texture to our spiritual longings. And those longings somehow became part of the place, taken up into the forest, the river, the sky. This early experience of prayer, I'm sure, contributed to my own growing sensitivity to the role of place within spiritual practice. And it helped me when I later encountered the world of the early Christian monks to attend to the myriad ways geography and topography shaped their thought and practice, and why the question of the place of prayer became so important to them. Two brief examples, which I'll return to more later. He loved more than everything else his way of life in the mountain, wrote Athanasius in his 4th century Life of Anthony, expressing a simple feeling for place that is so evident in that story and that recurs throughout early monastic literature. But it was not only particular places that shaped the lives and thought of monks. Just as important were the vast and often unknowable interior landscapes through which they moved in prayer. As Evagrius memorably expressed it, the mind, when it is in prayer, is in a light without form, which is called the place of God. In this paper, I want to consider the complex and shifting ways ancient Christian monks conceived of the relationship between place and prayer. In particular, the dialectical tension between prayer understood as a way of being in place or of a place, and prayer understood as something leading the monk beyond all known place. So first, I will consider the idea of placemaking and how it might be used to illuminate the ancient monastic practice of prayer. Second, I will examine Athanasius' Vita Antoni and its distinctive sense of the monk's place as a locus of struggle and healing. And finally, I will turn my attention to Evagrius' sense of prayer as a kind of place, a height difficult of access, as he describes it in one of his letters, where we draw near to God and one another in love. In this paper, I want to consider the complex and shifting ways ancient Christian monks conceived of the relationship between place and prayer. In particular, the dialectical tension between prayer understood as a way of being in place or of a place, and prayer understood as something leading the monk beyond all known place. And I want to take 3 steps to do that. First, I want to consider the idea of placemaking and how it might be used to illuminate the way the ancient monastic practice of prayer was conceived. Second, I want to examine Athanasius' Life of Anthony and its distinctive sense of the monk's place as a locus of struggle and healing. And finally, I want to turn my attention to Evagrius' sense of prayer as a kind of place, a height difficult of access, as he describes it in one of his letters, where we draw near to God and one another in love. Keith Basso's work with the Western Apache people of Arizona, which traces the deep cultural and spiritual meanings they attribute to particular places in the landscape, offers a helpful lens through which to consider these questions. In his magnificent book, Wisdom Sits in Places, Basso notes the importance of what we might call a contemplative character of placemaking. Places, he argues, possess a marked capacity for triggering acts of self-reflection, inspiring thoughts about who one presently is, or memories of who one used to be, or musings on who one might become. And that is not all. Place-based thoughts about the self lead commonly to thoughts of other things, other places, other people, other times, whole networks of associations that ramify unaccountably within the expanding spheres of awareness that they themselves engender. Basso is reflecting here upon the ancient cultural tradition the Western Apache peoples knew that is acutely sensitive to the way places in the landscape hold and give embodied expression to spiritual meaning. The thoughts arising from places that he describes here about who one presently is, or memories of who one used to be, or musings on who one might become, suggest the rich, dynamic relationship between place and meaning making, both personal and collective among the Western Apache. Place names are often eloquent and dense with meaning, and the simple invocation of a particular place and what happened there could have the effect of making present to the community the stories and traditions and, yes, the wisdom associated with and arising from that place. Wisdom sits in places, suggests Basso. Something similar, I think, can be seen in the experience of early Christian monks. Particular places mattered to them and shaped the way they thought about and experienced prayer. The desert, the mountain, and the cell, for example, gave important topographical and geographical definition to the monks' quest for God. And faithful devotion to such places came to be understood as necessary for acquiring spiritual depth and maturity. Sit in your cell, and your cell will teach you everything, taught Abba Moses, one of the most compelling and enduring reminders of the necessity of stability and stillness for cultivating spiritual wisdom. Still, the monks also possessed a keen awareness of how a certain kind of attachment to place could become problematic, and how flight or exile might sometimes be preferable to attaching yourself to a particular place. If you find yourself growing strongly attached to your cell, said Evagrius, leave it. Do not cling to it. Be ruthless. A central question of early monastic discernment can be seen here: to stay put and listen carefully to what God is saying to you in this or that place, or move on, leaving behind the security and clarity of place, and become an exile, a stranger, a wanderer. As with almost all serious questions of discernment in early monastic experience, the issues raised here defy any simple attempt to distinguish these choices from each other. For many early monks, it was not simply a matter of staying put or moving on, or of pitting stability or movement against each other, or imagining one as always having a higher value than the other. It was rather a question of considering how one was oriented toward the fundamental questions shaping monastic practice. What did it mean, for example, for a monk to dwell in hesychia or stillness, that space of deep awareness of God that constituted one of the great treasures of early monastic life? Was a commitment to inhabit a particular place likely to help deepen this work, especially if restlessness or an inability to give sustained attention to prayer had become challenging or impossible? Abba Moses' teaching suggests that there were likely many cases when this was no doubt true. Still, what if attachment to place, instead of helping a monk move more deeply into stillness, arose from insecurity or fear? Here, Abba Evagrius' counsel to leave the place at all costs could perhaps be seen as a way of helping a monk practice radical spiritual honesty and live a life of precariousness and trust beyond all known places. A similar complexity can be seen in the crucial monastic gesture of anachoresis, or withdrawal, which often meant, in practical terms, leaving behind the settled landscape and retreating toward a still, solitary, lonely place. a desert, a mountain, say. Still, many of those responding to this call lived not as solitaries in the remote desert, but rather in small communities in or near towns or villages, say along the Nile Valley in Egypt or close to the Mount of Olives in Jerusalem. The idea of going to the desert or departing for the mountain possessed a wide, capacious meaning, sometimes referring to the call to seek out a more remote place to live, other times suggesting an inward deepening, an exploration of what James Gehring has described as imagined landscapes, deserts and mountains of the mind that shaped the monk's spiritual practice and experience of prayer. Early Christian monks were sensitive to these questions, finding value not only in inhabiting particular places conducive to honest spiritual practice, but also, paraphrasing Levi-Strauss, in finding places good to think with. Such literary accounts provide rich insight into how the ancient Christian monastic tradition thought about the work of placemaking, especially in relation to its spiritual meaning and significance. But it is also important to include in our thinking about place in the ancient monastic world a sense of the material and geographical reality that shaped the monks' lives. Thanks to a growing body of archaeological work that has emerged in recent years, we can now gain a clearer understanding, for example, of how early monastic experience was shaped by its proximity to or distance from towns and villages and trade routes, by the availability of water sources and arable land, by differences and changes in climate, and by other distinctive features in what we might broadly refer to as the social ecological world of early Christian monasticism. So too, the careful unearthing of the remains of irrigation systems, cisterns, ovens, olive and wine presses, gardens, cooking implements, financial records, and yes, dung, has provided us with a strong sense of the material texture of daily monastic life and of the kinds of economies that allowed ancient monastic communities to thrive in or near the desert. In a similar way, we have gained a much clearer sense of the built environment of early Christian monasticism and the spatial configuration of churches, refectories, dormitories, and cells that were often carefully adapted to desert places and that helped shape the early monastic experience. Taking this material evidence seriously can help us draw close to what Catherine Michael Chin calls the superabundant aliveness of the universe in which these long ago people lived. With this in mind, I want to turn now to one of the most important and influential literary accounts of the early Christian monastic world, Athanasius's Life of Anthony, which offers important insight into the monastic work of placemaking. So he was alone in the inner mountain, devoting himself to prayers and the discipline, writes Athanasius. And it was truly amazing that being alone in such a desert, he was neither distracted by the demons who confronted him, nor was he frightened of their ferocity. But truly, he was one who, as scripture says, having trusted in the Lord, was like Mount Sion, keeping his mind unshaken and unruffled. So instead, the demons fled, and the wild beasts, as it is written, made peace with him. The context of this story is significant. It arises within a work of narrative art that unapologetically depicts the saint as an exemplary figure to be imitated by others. In invoking the saint in his life in the inner mountain, Athanasius himself is already contributing to the work of placemaking, mythologizing mountain, desert, and sky, and the monk moving within this rich, complex landscape in a way that is designed, I think, as Basso says, to trigger acts of self-reflection on the part of readers and to provoke questions about their own relationship to this critical monastic place and about how their thoughts about the place might lead them deeper into their own monastic or spiritual journey. Still, Mount Holcim was then and remains now an actual place in the landscape, rising high above the Galala Plateau in the far eastern desert of Egypt, a place in which Anthony, arriving sometime in the mid-4th century, discovered a spring with water, perfectly clear, sweet, and quite cold, Athanasius tells us, and a few untended date palms. He immediately fell in love with the place, writes Athanasius. It is relatively rare to encounter such an unvarnished expression of feeling for place in early Christian monastic literature. But here in Athanasius' account, we find something not far from what geographer Yi Fu Tuan would later describe as topophilia. Anthony would remain there for the rest of his days, planting a garden and coming to see it as his own home. The concrete particularity of the place matters to the story. So does the topographical, geographical, and ecological character of the place that allows for the presence of water, date palms, and shade, as well as places of refuge in caves inside the mountain, and the location along trade routes from the Red Sea to the Nile Valley. This place, which to this day pilgrims visit, often leaving tiny slips of paper to the saint in a cleft in the cave, matters. Still, it is what happened there, in particular the monk's long ascetic labor, his struggle with the demons, and his gradual discovery of a deep unity with God, his mind unshaken and unruffled, and he himself becoming like Mount Sion, that makes the inner mountain into one of the most important imagined landscapes of the early Christian monastic tradition. Place and imagined place converge to create a rich web of meaning that locates this monastic quest for God in the mind and in the world. No small part of that meaning was rooted in the depth of the monk's struggle with the demons, something Anthony understood to be fundamentally a struggle with the heart. The brief, idealized account cited above gives little indication of how terrifying and painful it could be to struggle with these anomalous beings, who, for late antique people, roamed freely in the vast expanse of the desert and in the liminal space between heaven and earth, and who preyed upon the most vulnerable places in the monk's own being, and how difficult it could be for the monk to remain in the place of prayer. Certainly this was true for Anthony in the inner mountain. Those who visited him there testified to how many wrestlings he endured while dwelling there, often hearing tumults and many voices and crashing noises like the sound of weapons, and how he would sometimes spend the day and the entire night groaning and praying, for he was amazed to see how many foes our wrestling involves and how many labors someone has in passing through the air. That is, how immensely difficult and painful it could be to face oneself in solitude, to seek freedom from the fears and compulsions that held one captive. Nor was Anthony safe from this threat. Athanasius relating in one place that he saw himself entering the air and struggling until he became free. To enter the desert then was to be tested, often out to the very edge of yourself. It was to face and respond to the most troubled, unhealed parts of the self, often struggling with the feeling of being buffeted, constrained, caught, tossed about, plagued by doubt and uncertainty, wounded. But this was also paradoxically precisely where the life of prayer gained its deepest meaning, and how Anthony and so many others who sojourned in the desert learned to tend so sensitively to the wounds of others. Our life and death is with our neighbor, said Anthony. This was the very heart of monastic life, and it was the unfailing tenderness Anthony displayed toward those suffering souls who came seeking solace that accounts for how the inner mountain came to be known as a place of healing. In the work of Evagrius, we find a very different but equally compelling account of the relationship between place and prayer. Far less geographically specific than Athanasius' account, Evagrius nevertheless insisted that seeking the place of prayer was crucial to the monk's experience of God. At once philosophically and theologically speculative and psychologically perceptive, Evagrius' teaching on the place of prayer invites sustained reflection on where we go when we pray and how we get there. In his treatise on thoughts, he writes, "When the mind has put off the old self and shall put on the one born of grace, then it will see its own state in the time of prayer resembling sapphire or the color of heaven. This state Scripture calls the place of God, seen by the elders on Mount Sinai." What kind of place is this? Is it any place at all? Even with its reference to Mount Sinai, it seems to point more toward a place within, a deeply imagined place, than to any place in the known world. Also curious, especially given Evagrius's insistence throughout his writing on the need to transcend all images when entering the space of prayer, is his choice of this particular topographical image to convey such a profoundly inward experience. How can imageless prayer arise in the company of such a powerful image? Perhaps, as Columbus Stewart and Anne Conway Jones suggest, this is in some measure an exegetical strategy, a way of explicating the mysterious experience to which the texts in both Colossians and Exodus refer. Certainly, this seems to be part of it. The text from Colossians is, after all, among the most important expressions in the New Testament regarding the promise of transformation in Christ of the fearful, constricted, sinful self into something more capacious and whole. You have stripped off the old self and have clothed yourselves with the new self, which is being renewed in knowledge according to the image of its creator, reads the text from Colossians. Evagrius takes this to refer to the transformation of the nous or mind, which is now, thanks to the work of grace, no longer beset or controlled by the endless machinations of the passions or the daimons, but clear, open, unfettered. This represents, in Evagrius' thought, the far end of a lifetime of ascetic spiritual practice and struggle, a practice Julia Konstantinovsky describes with wonderful understatement as the work of cultivating the true self through mystical communion with God. If only it were so easy. The sense of having arrived through prayer in a place resembling sapphire or the color of heaven is for Evagrius a beautiful confirmation that all that striving and struggle in prayer does sometimes open out onto an endless horizon that is also home. The text from Exodus 24 is also important here, but for different reasons. It reads, "Then Moses and Aaron, Nadab and Abihu, and 70 of the elders of Israel went up, and they saw the God of Israel. Under his feet there was something like a pavement of sapphire stone, like the very heaven for clearness. They beheld God, and they ate and drank." The commentary tradition on this text is rich and often baffling. What exactly are those stones or bricks? Why the sapphire color, etc.? So too, there is some uncertainty regarding what it could possibly mean to say that the elders saw or beheld God, especially given how elsewhere in Exodus one encounters such strict prohibitions against gazing at God, who remains hidden or obscure or simply impossible for us to see. Even so, the Masoretic text does say that the elders beheld God. But the Septuagint changes this significantly to "they saw the place where the God of Israel stood," a change that almost certainly reflects a desire on the part of the translators to respect and guard the radical otherness and unknowability of God. Evagrius was no doubt familiar with this rendering of Exodus 24 and its explicit use of place language, topon theo, to describe this hugely important encounter with the divine. Still, he does something original and intriguing with the Exodus text by turning the place of God into the locus of prayer, or more precisely, what the person whose mind has been transformed by grace sees in the time of prayer. It is easy to imagine how the powerful epiphany described in Exodus might have taken hold of Evagrius and shaped his thinking. But it seems clear that his reflection here arises as much from a desire to understand the experience of prayer as it does from an effort to expound upon the original Exodus epiphany, Elsewhere, Evagrius writes, the mind, when it is in prayer, is in a light without form, which is called the place of God. Here again, we are given a glimpse of prayer as a striking and transformative encounter with the place of God, a mysterious locus that seems to be both of this world and utterly beyond it, or at least beyond anything that can be expressed or comprehended through ordinary human language. A deeply imagined place that paradoxically makes it possible to inhabit the beautiful space of imageless prayer. This profound clarity or illumination, it should be noted, is not only important to the monk's own experience of prayer, it also makes possible an experience of unity with others. This comes to expression in Evagrius's insistence, especially in the chapters on prayer, that prayer is only possible if we recognize how deeply one's own life is bound to the life of others. He writes, if you desire to practice prayer as you should, cause hurt to no soul, or else you run in vain. And elsewhere, a monk is one who esteems himself as one with all people because he ever believes he sees himself in each person. We can also see this insistence on the relational character of prayer in Evagrius's beautiful teaching on the logoi, the principles of harmony and coherence in the universe, which he understands to be the very life of God, the logos that exists in and through every living thing, in which we, through our capacity for contemplation, can come to experience as a kind of mystical encounter with God in the created world. Prayer, as it deepens, helps the mind become more open and transparent, more free, less bound to the ego with its grasping concerns, more sensitive to the shimmering presence of God in all living beings. By engaging in theoria physicae, or natural contemplation of the logoi of all beings, we become, and again I cite Julia Konstantinovsky, partakers of the creative life of God, a life that assimilates us to God in what early Christians term deification. Prayer is, in this sense, cosmic and mystical and deeply communal. It unites us to all living beings in love, and it awakens in us a greater capacity to live in that love. But it also leaves us living, suggests Evagrius, with a difficult paradox, seeking a God who exists everywhere and yet is not bound by any particular place. The Godhead is in every place, Evagrius writes in the Caphelia Gnostica, and yet it is not in some specific place. It is everywhere insofar it is in everything that has come into existence by means of its wisdom full of modalities. However, it is not in a specific place because it is not one among those that have come into being. To paraphrase this statement, God is not the world and cannot be located, not fully anyway, in any particular place in the world, but God permeates the world, is in every place, is in everything that came into existence. This paradox, it seems, must be allowed to stand. The person of prayer is invited to seek God everywhere, even if no place can ever fully contain God. Still and crucially, every place is sacred and calls for our deepest regard. To conclude, no one lives in the world in general, Clifford Geertz once remarked, a reminder of the way particular places call to us and hold us close. That was certainly true of those who entered the silence and stillness of ancient monastic places. Evagrius, for all the profound abstraction of his thought, lived and prayed and wrote for the last 14 years of his life at Kelia, on the edge of the Nile Delta, listening in that silence, in the company of other solitary souls, and under the vast desert sky, and who knows, perhaps listening also to the graceful calls of the large number of ibis, flamingos, herons, and cranes that we know also inhabited that place. And we know that Anthony lived for most of his life on the inner mountain in the far eastern desert near the Red Sea, a landscape that spoke to him so powerfully that, according to Athanasius, he fell in love with the place and made it his own home. I think also of those monks who inhabited those tiny beehive cells on Skellig Michael in the wild Irish Sea and kept company with the Atlantic puffins, northern gannets, kittiwakes, razorbills, and guillemots, and others, and of the Cistercian nuns of Redwoods Monastery who have for many years prayed under the beautiful looming presence of Sequoia sempervirens, the California redwoods. What this tradition offers us, I believe, is a beautiful and complex ecology of prayer in which both the places we inhabit in the physical world and the places into which we are continuously moving through contemplation and prayer are bound up together. The place of prayer is both deep and capacious, inviting a simple regard toward this particular place and the vibrant life unfolding here, and an openness to that second space, as Czesław Miłosz calls it, beyond any known place in this world, where we experience endless communion with everyone and everything in God. Thank you.
And thank you again, Professor Christie, for such a contemplative and also deeply spiritual presentation. I would like to now take a moment to introduce Professor Julia Konstantinovsky, who's joining us from England, Oxford. Paper on Logos, Jesus Christ, and the Life of the Soul in Origen and Evagrius of Ponticus. Dr. Julia works on early Christian theology with a particular focus on Origen and Evagrius of Pontus. Her research explores Christology, the life of the soul, and the development of contemplative anthropology in late antiquity. She has published on Origenist theology and its reception, and is currently working on the relationship between Christology and spiritual anthropology in Origen and Evagrius, as well as the interaction between patristic theology, Origenism, and Greek peace in relation to contemporary debates in science. Thank you for joining us at quite a late hour, so I appreciate your presence. And thank you again for your long suffering with the technological issues. I do have your printout paper, which if you don't mind to share your screen for our Zoom audience, and for us in person, I do have printouts we can view. Thank you.
Thank you. I shall try to share the screen in when I get to the point of sharing. Thank you very much, and good afternoon, everybody. Before I begin, I'd like to thank Dr. Ani Shahinian and the organizers of this conference and the Nessus Armenian Seminary for their kind invitation and for all their work in bringing us together. I have prepared a very simple handout containing the principal passages discussed in the paper, which may be helpful as we proceed. It is a pleasure to be here, even if only online, and an honor to participate in this gathering. Today, the study of Evagrius has become a substantial and flourishing area of research, thanks in no small measure to the contributions of many gathered here. And I'm reminded here of Evagrius' own words at the end of the practice course, where he speaks of Gregory the Righteous who planted me, together with the Holy Fathers who watered him, while Christ himself grants the growth. I think it's a fitting image for scholarship itself, which likewise advances through the labors of teachers, predecessors, and colleagues. I initially envisaged a broader treatment of Evagrius, including a more extensive discussion of the Logos and Christological themes. In the end, however, the limits of time have led me to adopt a more focused approach. I would like instead simply to explore three interconnected themes that seem to me especially central to Evagrius's account of salvation and spiritual transformation: interiority, the nous, and participation according to measure. In pursuing these themes, I shall pay particular attention to Evagrius's relationship to predecessors, the earlier Platonic and Christian traditions, especially Origen, and the Alexandrian tradition, while also considering some of the ways in which his understanding of salvation both draws upon and departs from Platonism. My suggestion is that interiority, the nous, and participation according to measure occupy a central place in Evagrius's anthropology and provide a fruitful framework for understanding the ascetical program that follows from it. These themes may be particularly worthy of attention in the light of renewed interest in deification, not least the work of Norman Russell. I'm touching here only on some key aspects of Evagrius's thought. Evagrius belongs to a distinctive 4th century Christian world in which theological self-reflection, ascetical practice, and the pursuit of salvation were closely intertwined. When he came first to Palestine and then to the Egyptian desert, to Nitria, Kelia, and the Skytis, he entered a culture marked by vigilance over thoughts, continual prayer, and the guidance of experienced spiritual fathers. Yet Evagrius was also heir to a rich intellectual tradition. Through the Cappadocians, his friends, perhaps especially Gregory of Nazianzus, and through the wider Alexandrian inheritance, he absorbed many themes associated with Origen. At the same time, he brought these into conversation with the concerns of Egyptian monasticism. The result was something distinctive. The concern for vigilance over thoughts and the discernment of the soul's inner movements was already present both in Origen and in the ascetical culture of the Egyptian desert. Evagrius, however, gives these themes a new emphasis, making the life of the nous the central focus of the spiritual life. Later heirs of this tradition, such as John Climacus, would continue this concern for the observation and discernment of the soul's inner movements, although he criticizes Evagrius in his Ladder of Divine Ascent. Nevertheless, he follows the method. For instance, in his discussion on humility, John Climacus describes the truly humble person as one able to discern each feeling of his soul. It is this concentration upon the inner life of the nous that would prove especially influential in later Christian spirituality. So it is this theological interiority that will concern me here. I begin therefore with Origen and his understanding of the inner man and the nous. For Origen, the drama of salvation unfolds primarily not at the level of external action, but within the orientation and movement of the nous itself. Yet this emphasis upon interiority is not Origen's invention. The concern for the inner person lies at the very heart of Christian teaching. The New Testament consistently locates the decisive struggle of salvation within the depths of the person. Out of the heart come evil thoughts, and the nous is renewed in Christ, and the inner man is strengthened by the Spirit. Comparable concerns may also be found in the Platonic traditions, though within a different theological framework. What is distinctive in Origen is the way he takes the scriptural doctrine of the inner man and reformulates the Christian drama of creation and salvation, fall salvation, in terms of the nous. The scriptural themes of fall, repentance, and restoration become intelligible through the movements of rational minds in relation to God. creation, embodiment, and salvation themselves are interpreted from the noetic perspective. Origen's account also stands in conversation with broader Platonic traditions. While remaining fundamentally biblical and Christian, he draws upon anthropological models in which the nous functions as the deepest center of the person and the true subject of knowledge. Consider, for instance, Plotinus, who repeatedly identifies the true human being with the nous. Thus, in Enneads 4:7-1, he writes, "Man in the highest sense is soul, and the soul is noetic." Likewise, in Enneads 1:1-8, he states with striking brevity, "We ourselves are intellect, himes de nous." I'll try to share. Comparable ideas appear elsewhere in the Platonic tradition. Alcinous, for example, writes that the intellect is the ruling part of the soul, to hegemonikon tes psyches, onus estin, honus estin. Such conceptions also appear in Philo of Alexandria, an important intermediary between Alexandrian Platonism and later Christian thought. What is distinctive in Origen, however, is the integration of this noetic anthropology into a Christian account of salvation. Thus, crucially, he insists that the grounds and causes of blessedness or ruin are not external, but are within ourselves. In De Principiis 3. Salvation, therefore, concerns the inner person, and more specifically, the orientation of the inner person, the nous, towards God. As Origen alleges in the Contra Celsum, the mind nous, when it has been purified and separated from the bodily matter, becomes capable of seeing God. I do not have the Greek for this, unfortunately. Origen therefore develops the scriptural doctrine of the inner man in explicitly noetic terms. Creation, fall, and restoration are interpreted through the movements of rational minds in relation to God. If rational beings are fundamentally nous, then the decisive arena of salvation lies within the life of the nous itself. It is precisely this implication that Evagrius will inherit and develop by making the life of the nous the central focus of the spiritual life. In Evagrius, the principle of interiority is central to his understanding of salvation and spiritual transformation. It appears already in the opening lines of the Practic Course, where Christianity itself is presented as a movement from the practical life towards contemplation and the knowledge of God. And here follows the celebrated Practicos 1. Christianity is the doctrine of Christ our Savior. It is composed of practice, natural contemplation, and theology. One may read this sequence as a progression of interiority. The practice, which at first sight appears concerned with external actions, is in fact directed towards the formation of the nous, the contemplative knower within. Bodily practices shape the dispositions of the soul and ultimately serve the transformation of the inner person. The practical life, therefore, stands first as the beginning of a journey, whose goal lies beyond action in contemplation and the knowledge of God. Origen already speaks of a structure of concentric interiority, I would call it, and of the body's instrumentality to the soul nous. It's a positive instrumentality, I would suggest. In his commentary on John, Book 2, the body contains the heart and within the heart resides the ruling principle, to hegemonikon. And he says, and consider whether the saying is spoken because the heart is situated at the center of the whole body, and within the heart resides the ruling principle. Here Origen expresses a structure of concentric interiority, whereby the body, soma, contains within it the heart, cardia, and deep inside within the heart is where the ruling principle resides. The movement to reach the true person is inward, from the visible and external to the invisible and governing center. And there are, as we said, similar structures in Scripture itself. In 1 Peter 3, we read the hidden person of the heart, for instance. Evagrius inherits this inward movement, but focuses it increasingly upon the nous itself. The heart remains important, I think, but the deepest reality of the person is the nous itself. One could almost chart the structure of the person in Evagrius as a progression of inward spiritual attention. Body, soul, with its powers and passions, the ascent towards apatheia, and finally the nous itself, as the innermost center where the knowledge of God becomes possible. This is far more than the discovery of an inner psychological space. For Evagrius, the true human being is not identified with outward actions, nor even with the soul's changing activities, but with the nous itself, its topos, its optimal state, the spiritual subject created for the knowledge of God. And yet Evagrius at times seems to move further still. On occasion, he speaks as though the person can stand over against the nous itself and observe its movements. I'm thinking here of De Oratione 70 or 69. Stand guard over your mind, keeping it free of concepts at the time of prayer, so that it may remain in its own calm. Then he who has compassion on the ignorant will visit even you, and you will receive the most glorious gift of prayer, or the most luminous gift of prayer. The passage is significant because it presents the practitioner as guarding and observing the nous itself. Here one may perhaps glimpse the beginning of a theme that would receive further development in later traditions of spiritual watchfulness and self-observation. One could therefore depict the Evagrian movement as follows: exterior to interior to deeper interior to nous to knowledge of God. The principle of interiority in Evagrius is therefore not merely anthropological, but theological. The nous is the deepest and simultaneously highest center of the person because it is the spiritual subject itself, created for the knowledge of God. Its true state is realized not in self-awareness as such, but in standing before God in prayer, contemplation, and praise. This is reflected in Evagrius' descriptions of the higher states of the nous. Thus he writes, if the mind has not risen above the contemplation of bodily natures, it has not yet seen the perfect place of God. And there are numerous passages of this kind. Likewise, when you think that you do not need tears for your sins during prayer, reflect on this. You should always be in God. Ine diapantos en autor. And yet you are still far from him. On prayer 78. Therefore, the deepest reality of the person is also the point at which the divine life may be received and it may indwell the human being. The tragedy of the fallen condition is therefore not simply moral failure, but distance from the state catastasis, from the topos for which the person was created. To be oneself truly is to be in God. Conversely, separation from God is a form of alienation from one's own deepest nature. The inward journey towards the purified nous, therefore, culminates in something beyond the nous itself. The goal is not the contemplation of the self, but the contemplation of God. The nous is the summit of the human person, because it is the privileged topos at which the person stands before God and becomes capable of the knowledge of the Holy Trinity. Once the nous has been identified as the true subject and topos of the knowledge of God, the next question is how this knowledge and participation in dwelling are acquired, and whether they admit of degrees. If the nous is the true subject of salvation and the knowledge of God, a further question is, does participation in God admit of different degrees and measures? Both Origen and Evagrius assume that divine gifts are received according to the disposition and response of the recipient. Participation in God is therefore not merely possessed, but appropriated. The divine gift is received according to a certain proportion. Analogia is a term Evagrius uses, between the gift and the one who receives it. Origen states this principle explicitly in commentary on John 32. That each person receives, according to the righteous judgment of God, a reward corresponding to the measure and quality of his faith and salvation. Origen speaks here explicitly of measures of faith and measures of salvation, and even of differences among those who are saved. It's outside of this citation. Participation in divine life is therefore not an all or nothing condition, but something admitting of degrees. Most importantly, these degrees are connected not merely with nature, but with faith and response. Unlike Proclus, where participation corresponds primarily to ontological capacity, Origen relocates the principle within a biblical and soteriological framework. Participation depends also upon faith, desire, and freedom. Evagrius inherits this principle and translates it into the language of ascetical practice and contemplation. Salvation is both measured and gradual. The more the person desires to be in God, the more fully God comes to dwell in him. Divine gifts are not withheld by God, rather the capacity of the recipient gradually expands. On the Thoughts 1, Evagrius describes the ascetical life as a prolonged warfare against the passions, as we know. Among the demons opposed to the practical life, the first to engage in battle are, and so on. The image is one of prolonged warfare. It's drawn out. The soul is healed gradually, passion by passion, according to the sequence of the 8 logismoi, until it becomes capable of contemplation and the knowledge of God. This graduality is itself theologically significant. Gregory of Nyssa, in the 15th homily on the Song of Songs, distinguishes between the immediacy of creation, the immediacy of the act of creation, and the gradual character of restoration. A similar intuition appears in Evagrius. The purification of the nous requires time, extension, to use Gregory's term, and progression. Yet when the nous becomes capable of receiving God, the divine visitation itself occurs suddenly, instantaneously. We have arthros in De Oratione 68. The ascent belongs to the creature, the manifestation belongs to God. One might therefore speak of an increasing spiritual spaciousness within the nous. Its measure is not fixed, but expands through repentance, ascetic struggle, contemplation, and love. The nous becomes progressively capable of receiving what it previously could not bear. The goal of the ascetical life is the creation of a spiritual space within the nous for the indwelling of God, for the indwelling of the brethren. The purified nous becomes the topos tou Theou, the place of God. The deepest reality of the person is therefore also the highest. As the nous is purified, it becomes spacious enough for divine indwelling. The culmination of salvation is reciprocal presence. The nous in God and God in the nous. Evagrius famously teaches, a sign of apatheia is that the mind begins to see its own light. Measured salvation is therefore ultimately measured love. It is measured because it is growing. This is the gradual enlargement of the human person for an ever deeper participation in the infinite life of God. And some concluding remarks. What I have tried to suggest is that for Evagrius, salvation is not a fixed condition, but a dynamic movement of freedom, desire, and love towards God. The measure of participation in God corresponds not simply to what a person is, but to what a person is willing to become. This gives Evagrius' thought its profoundly hopeful character. Human beings are not imprisoned by their present condition. The possibility of growth remains open wherever there is a genuine desire for God. Much remains to be explored, but I hope these observations have suggested some fruitful directions for further discussion. For this reason, I believe Evagrius still has something important to say to us today. We all need the teaching of Evagrius in our day and age. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and I'm very glad we were able to have both of your presentations. I would now like to ask Father Tiso our audience to communicate after your response, and then we'll go back to our roundtable. And if you're on Zoom and you are not speaking, I would kindly ask if you would mute, because otherwise there are a couple of echoing noises here on our end. So if you're speaking, unmute and offer your comments, and then if you are not speaking, then also mute your mic. Thank you very much. So Father Tiso, please. Sure. It's up to you whether you would like to come up here or speak from there.
I think so. I think it would help me to lift up the body.
Excellent. Excellent. Thank you. We are very
these have been two very interesting papers that are quite different. The meditative qualities of Professor Christie's enables us to come closer right here to what is possible, even in an academic type of gathering, to a contemplative frame of mind. And then what we have with Professor Konstantinovsky, I hope I pronounced that correctly.
Yes. Thank
Konstantinovsky, I did it, yes. This time. We have the technical language of development. Right? So the optimism inherent in that, which came out in the very last sentences that she shared with us, enable us to understand why, for those who desire it and those who are willing to abide in a state of recollection, in which there is calmness of mind and openness to prayer, sometimes quite easily and smoothly at a state not only of recollection, but of that deeper prayer which opens out into union with God. All right. And sometimes it can happen in stages, and sometimes it can happen very quickly. So these two papers invite us to do that. But what's particularly interesting, and of course, I'll let others share their thoughts on this, is Professor Christie's building a bridge through the notion of physique, of natural contemplation, toward persons and nature along the way. All right, as to say that the notion of stages is actually a relational category and not a kind of an artificial stepwise process of ascent. Okay, in fact, as we saw from the paper of Julia, we're going inward by degrees rather than upward by degrees. So I would only say this, that in some ways, what I was getting at this morning in my own comments on my own paper was that shift of consciousness that is typical of the past 3 centuries that have not been kind to the contemplative life, nevertheless did plant in us, as a cultural reality, the conviction of development in law, in linguistics with Vico, social relations, biology, cosmology, the shift of paradigms in physics, thanks to the elucidation of quantum mechanics. All of these have opened us up to a search for the sources in the contemplative traditions of change, growth, development, but also inwardness and the capacity to touch that experientially. Right? Because it has become so difficult in the empirical worldview to demonstrate conclusively the reality of the spiritual dimension, we have had to entrust ourselves to an inward process. And there we find nutrition, there we find hope in Evagrius' origin. For myself, I would also mention the Cloud of Unknowing and the Itinerarium Mentis Deum of Bonaventure. These great works, Teresa of Avila, of course, in Interior Castle, ways of showing us the way inward, which then becomes a way of love, of sharing. So thank you very much for that opportunity to touch that.
Thank you. Okay, I would like to now turn to our Zoom audience. I see Professor Mizdarchik's hand. And then we'll take 1 or 2 from this room and then come back to the roundtable. Please, Professor.
Yes, I have a question to Douglas Christie. Thank you for your beautiful reflection. A simple practical question. Do you have in California anchorites?
Sorry, do we have in California what?
Anchorites, the monks
Yes.
living alone?
Yes, yes.
Where?
Are you surprised to hear this? Oh, look, it's evening.
Because that would be nice connection between Wadi El Natrun from Egypt and California. That's nice.
Well, the image I showed at the beginning is of a community of Trappistine nuns. They're in the Catholic tradition, but
the community they are living in community. But I intend to search for the anchorite and the monks living alone.
Yes, yes.
Like
We have those also, but we could talk about that later. Yes. Yes.
Okay, thank you. And then I have a few questions to Professor Konstantinovsky. You use the expression discernment of souls instead of discernment of spirit, as usually was used in the Christian tradition. I think it's intentional. Why? That's the first question. Second, Well, there's a lot of problems here because you said that the cardia is hegemonicon in origin, yeah? And in Evagrius. And it should be identified with nous or not. Because in Evagrius we find that hegemonicon is a logisticon meros. It's not a nous. So we should be very careful to distinguish between these two questions. Evagrian anthropology is not the same as origin anthropology. And we cannot just transfer them and create a lot of confusion. I try to put this in my book, Eight Logismo in the Writings of Evagrius Ponticus, and in the presentation during the Oxford Conference a couple of years ago. Evagrian anthropology is very complicated. And I'm sorry, I have an impression that you simplified it too much today. What would be your answer?
To this question, my point actually is that Evagrius is not like Origin. Evagrius loves and reads Origin. Evagrius is not like Origin at all. Evagrius is not of that time. Evagrius is in a different historical cultural setting, and he likes a different way of life. It was his choice, I think, to come to live in the Egyptian desert for the sake of this intense desert contemplation. It's a different universe from Origin. And also the whole point of my reflection is to show how Evagrius is different. He reads Origin and he loves Origin, I think, but he's very different. So yeah, and as concerns the cardia in Origin, I try to cite only specific passages without generalizing, but one general point I think which we cautiously can venture is that Origin loves to write about interiority, and that the true man is inside. And I didn't cite the dialogue, it's called Dialogue with Heraclides. It's very much about the inner man, and it's quite beautiful and striking. So yeah, I uphold your point as well. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
And what was the first question?
Discernment of souls instead of spirits.
I think I said discernment of thoughts.
You said the thoughts?
Thoughts, not
okay,
souls.
Sorry.
Thoughts.
That's a question of connection. Okay. I understood souls.
I meant thoughts, yeah, thoughts.
Okay. No, that's fine. That's fine. Yeah. Thank you.
It would be good to discern souls as well.
Sure.
Difficult.
Thank you. Thank you for both of you. I have a question with Dr. Koyani here in the audience.
Yes, a question for Professor Christie. Thank you very much for your talk. And maybe a historical spiritual question, if I may. Do you think that these different places where monks lived, is the reason why Evagrius' writings that were for sure translated after his death in Latin, but they had not success, because indeed they were lost. We know that the writings of Evagrius in Latin, and also the writings of Pseudo-Macarius, for instance, they were for sure translated into Latin, but they were not copied. They lost the memory. They had not influence. Instead, Evagrius was accepted into the Occidental world, into the Occidental monasticism of the 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th century through an intermediation of John Cassian, so a Cenobitic way of life. And could it be because of a different environment, ecological milieu, as you say, that Evagrius, instead into the Armenian churches, into the Syriac churches, had a more prolific ecological environment, but in Occident with these monasteries and also the solitaries in the Occident are different, also in ancient church, from the Oriental ones. And so maybe this can be one of the many significations, so one of the many meanings why Evagrius was not copied and remembered in the Latin media.
I appreciate that observation. I think you're making your own creative observation there, which I support. I can't really address it specifically. I don't know if I can make a correlation between the desert places and how Evagrian thought was or was not transmitted. I do want to ask though, and maybe this is something I can ask to my fellow panelists. I sometimes feel in our conversations with Evagrius that we miss out the communal dimension of the life that gave rise to his thought. That is to say, in the treatise on prayer, even though we often think of the higher reaches of prayer, I spoke of that a little bit myself today. The work is just throughout, it's laced with attention to the need to be in good relationship with your fellow monks, the need to recall that you cannot pray when you're angry or when you're jealous or when you're consumed by various, of these logismoi. So I guess I want to just put a question to the gathering here about whether we've neglected this dimension of the common life out of which Evagrius' thought arises. And I'll just end with that little observation by saying I was really struck, Professor Konstantinovsky, at one point you talked about the growing capaciousness of the nous and its capacity for the indwelling of God. And then you added so beautifully, and the brethren.
Yes.
And I feel like that's something that we don't always give sufficient attention to. So anyone who has a comment about that, I would appreciate hearing.
I see Father Dr. Deisinger's hand in the Zoom audience. Welcome.
No, I don't have my hand.
Yes.
Dr. Luke Deisinger, please welcome.
Yes, this was a point I was going to raise. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, this was a point I was going to raise perhaps in my own presentation, but Doug's raised it very significantly. We call Evagrius a solitary, but of course he was not. He did not live alone. We know from his biographers that he had at least an economos. He had someone who took care of his financial issues, and he was visited by pilgrims every day. So the idea of someone who lives completely in solitude and reflects all the time in what they're doing is not Evagrius. He most certainly existed in an ongoing relationship with those to whom he ministered as a spiritual father, those whom he visited, which he did very frequently. Again, we know this from his biographers. Again, I think Doug's absolutely right in raising the question to help us step away from the mythology, and it is a mythology, of the solitary who lives in isolation for protracted periods of time, because there's not good evidence that that was Evagrius.
Yes, Father Thyssen.
Yeah, in fact, I would second that by pointing out even the some architectural survivals that support this as actually quite widespread. I mentioned two monasteries, San Vincenzo Volturno, which is in my diocese in southern Italy, which had hermitages scattered around nearby the monastery, so that monks who wished to live part of the day in solitude or more than a day could do so, but they could also be visited. And even more emphatically at Novolesa, up in the area of Piemonte in northern Italy, we actually have the cenobium surrounded by a fenced-in collection of chapel hermitages for the same purpose. Elder monks would go there for deeper prayer, but could be visited by younger monks seeking guidance. And a similar pattern was established, carrying it well into the 16th and 17th centuries in the famous retiros in Latin America, but also in many parts of Europe.
I have a comment from Reverend Rita and then Professor Davis.
I have a question for you, Professor Christie. I loved your presentation in part because work is in the contemplative arts with land. And so I, like you, I feel like you gave us what I am wanting from the tradition, which is an ancestral antecedent for land-based spiritual practice. And it seems that that must be the case, just their choice to be in the specific places simply has to have informed the thought in particular ways. And you pulled this out beautifully, particularly with giving us the example from the life of St. Anthony. Thank you. I hadn't actually remembered those moments where he does actually specifically respond to a place. But for me, one of the things I've noticed in the writings of Evagrius, especially in the Kephalia, where he develops even what's closest to sort of land and body contemplation in the theory of Physicae, I'm just really struck by the vast silence on the place itself. And I noticed that in the apothegmata also, they're clearly in a place and they don't talk about the place. There's not a sunset in sight, right? There's no stars, there's no wind, there's nothing. And I've just been curious about that, and I have theories about it, but I wondered if you had any thoughts on that.
Oh, we can't hear you.
Unmute. So I too have been struck by the the more dramatic statements, say in the apothegmata, that if you so much as hear the song of a sparrow, you cannot pray. I'm beginning to feel a little bit like these were, in our language, we would say these are a little bit performative. I don't really, it's just really hard for me to imagine, even with a strong kind of orientation of flight from the world, or of a platonically inspired sense of an interior life. It's hard to imagine such aversion to place. And also, I would say for me lately, I've been very impressed by archaeological research that we now have in ever greater richness, that gives us these places back in their physical texture and life. And we begin to see, I'm thinking of the places in the Judean desert excavated by Yitzhar Hirschfeld especially, but we begin to see a place that was situated here and not there for a particular reason, some having to do with climate, sources of water, the possibility of growing, planting olive trees. These were very particular places. And also, in the heart of the Judean desert, creating a beautiful church with, Byzantine tiles and mosaics. Anyway, there's texture and physical substance to this life that when we only read the literary tradition, or when we think primarily in philosophical, theological terms, we don't pay enough attention to, and it's there. And the last thing I'll say is, with all modesty aside, I mean, I did this as a little thought experiment not that long ago, and I wrote a little essay on the ecology of night in the desert. And I scoured the sources to understand better whether the monks had some sense of the night as a kind of an ecological space. I don't want to make them proto-ecologists, but the evidence for how they moved around in the night, under the stars, in that deep darkness, is really remarkable. And you might be a little hesitant to call that an ecology of place, or an ecology of night, although we have people more and more thinking in those terms. I think the ancient monastic tradition actually speaks to that to some degree on its own terms. So we can't make them speak as we would like in ecological language, nor should we. But there are hints throughout of a sensitivity to place that I think we can learn from. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Professor Davis?
Yeah, I wanted to follow up on the conversations about the communal nature of monasticism and reflect, you cited some examples in Italy, but to, reflect on the archaeological evidence from Egypt. And when it comes to anchoritic practice, archaeologically speaking, I cannot think of any evidence for anchoritic practice in isolation. That is just, and I think when we think about these categories, Jerome is overdeterminative. Jerome's attempt to classify and valorize those two polarities, right? Either the anchoritic or the communal, and he was troubled by the betwixt and between of it, right? But when you think of Professor Christie had an image from Kellia and the clustering of cells, Manchobiette, which themselves accommodated more than one monk, each one of them. The archaeological work that we did in Wadi Natrun at the monastery of John the Little, we excavated one of these cells again that would have accommodated more than one monk and perhaps servants as well. But and you can do GPS mapping, satellite mapping that shows like 70 to 80 of these structures in a field of what are called Manchobiettes, cells, but in proximity to a central structure, right? And so this hybridity of type has been something, and even in the Cenobitic monasteries in Upper Egypt, like the White Monastery, where these are rule-based communities, the evidence that we have for traces of evidence, say in the Gebel, at the cliffside, would have been in sync with or in close conversation with the communal life itself. I would just, the last thing I would say is that plays out even today. Like when you go to Wadi Natrun and other places, there's a very intentional practice of anchoriticism, but it's coordinated with the communal life of these monasteries. And I think that changes the way we think about the function of anchorite existence, right?
If I may follow up very quickly, the only story of Evagrius outside his writings, Evagrius 7 in the Patrum, alphabetical collection, it is Evagrius in a meeting with others, with elders. So outside his own writings, there is a gathering of Evagrius with the elders, the priest.
Excellent. I have Deacon Hobanes.
Thank you very much, professors, doctors. I have a question in reference to the Evagrius Practicus #1 with Professor Konstantinovsky. You say, where he says Christianity is the doctrine of Christ our Savior. And Christianity, it is composed of practice, natural contemplation, and theology. I'm interested to know if you can expand on who is the agent?
Well,
man or God?
Where? In this passage? Well, it's overall, I'll hazard a guess. It's both. Perhaps it's both.
Okay, the follow up.
Can you hear?
And gods together, where do they meet? Which I think will tie into the question of what these animals are all connected.
They meet. God seeks to meet at all times, but the person is not always ready to meet, but the person desires to become more able to meet, and eventually they do meet very strongly in prayer, I think. But even when there is no such prayer yet in the person, God is still there, and there is a cooperation in the work of asceticism, in the progression of asceticism. That's the person's way to try and to cooperate with God, I think.
Thank you. I do want to give one last chance to our Zoom audience if there are any last comments, questions, and then we will be breaking. We're about 10 minutes behind, so I want to make sure we have an opportunity to stretch our legs, have a tea, coffee, water, and then resume with Professor Charles Stang, who will, instead of 4:30, we'll start about 4:40. Any last comments from Zoom?
If there's no comment from Zoom, I just wanted to make a very brief observation in response to Professor Davis. I was trying to remember the name of the place that I visited many years ago. You're probably familiar with it, Naklun, which is a Polish site of excavation. The Polish team led it. A cluster of hermitages that isn't probably Cenobitic or Eremitical. It might fall under semi-aromatic. I don't know, but it's a good example of, it's another example of what complicates this story a little bit, I think, and a beautiful set of excavations. So yeah.
Yeah. Okay. You have your time. Thank you. Thank you, Professor Christie. Okay, we will resume at 4:40 in about 10, 12 minutes. Thank you. That's contemplative life is absolutely fascinating. We're very much looking forward to Dr. and Father Luke Deisinger's paper on contemplative exegesis and spiritual progress in the writings of Evagrius Ponticus. Welcome.
Thank you very much. I assume I'm able to be heard? Great.
Yeah.
First, let me thank you very, very sincerely for the opportunity to present at this estimable gathering, this gathering of experts in Evagrius, and also of people from a wide variety of perspectives. I think this is a marvelous opportunity to bring together different ways of looking at this very significant figure, and then this can serve as a basis for our carrying out what we've learned into our various communities. Well, the point of my paper is primarily the fact that when the name of Saint Evagrius Ponticus is spoken, one does not immediately think of the practice, or as we might like to think of it today, the science of biblical exegesis. And this is true not only for us, but also for Evagrius' contemporaries and his spiritual successors, admirers, and enemies. It is his treatises on spiritual guidance that first come to mind, both in antiquity and today. His Practicos on prayer, the treatises on thoughts or temptations, and the sentences for monks and nuns all survive more or less intact in the original Greek, albeit transmitted under various pseudonyms. The texts in which he interprets and applies the scriptures, his Scholia and his Antireticos, come down to us through more tortuous paths. The Scholia were absorbed into later Byzantine catenae, necessitating careful and sometimes controversial reconstruction in modern times. The original Greek and early Latin translations of the Antireticos have utterly vanished, with ancient versions limited to principally Armenian and Syriac, but also Georgian versions. But despite this, we might call it shabby treatment by Evagrius' successors, modern Evagrius scholarship presents us with the intriguing fact that the exegesis of sacred scripture is an essential component of his contemplative spirituality. The modern recovery of his exegetical texts has revealed that biblical commentaries, in fact, comprise the overwhelming bulk of his considerable literary effort, with the Scholia on Psalms at 1,374 scholia being his longest work. In this paper, we will briefly first refamiliarize ourselves with Evagrius' exegetical method, the sources on which he depends, his own description of his method, a glance at what he considers to be the more important logoi to be found in Scripture, and the context in which contemplative exegesis was formed, namely, his experience as a monk of an alternating rhythm of psalmody and prayer. We begin with a brief note of Evagrius' own sources, which are apparent in his description of exegetical methodology as we find in his Scholia. So let's see if we can turn to the share feature here. Although we are very accustomed to characterizing Evagrius as an Origenist, and as we've noted today and yesterday, this may not be the most helpful ways of characterizing his or anyone's thoughts. It's especially interesting to note that with regard to his exegetical methodology, one of Evagrius' very rare extended citations from an ancient source is not from Origen, but rather from the Stromates of Clement of Alexandria. And so here, in the 15th Scholion on Psalm 76, he adopts Clement's fourfold method of exegesis, highlighting the historical level, the ethical level, the level of the contemplation of nature, and the sometimes perilous, as we have just heard, attempt to speak about the divine nature. It should be noted that the historical level for Evagrius is given in the Antireticos, where verses intended to contradict demonic temptations are given almost exclusively in the literal sense, but in the Scholia, in contrast, and especially in the relationship between biblical exegesis and spiritual progress, the three deeper levels associated with the logoi, that is, the purposes and intentions of God, are stressed, as we see in Scholion 247 on Proverbs. And let me go again to the share feature. In this Scholion on Proverbs 22, Evagrius evokes the notion of the widening of the heart, the opening out, the expansion of the innermost self, an image destined to have an increasingly deep and rich place in the monastic literature of both the Christian East and West. He employs it here as a metaphor for the contemplation of the divine logoi. Here he divides them into three parts: practici, physici, and theologici, ethics, physics, and theology. This threefold list describes an exegetical classification and progression of human contemplative wisdom, as well as a model of human spiritual development. Evagrius' theory of spiritual progress entails a movement, as we've described frequently during this conference, from ascetical practice, practici, to perception of the divine in creation, theoria physici, and to the nuptial contemplation of the Song of Songs. And here, Evagrius, someone seems to be unmuted.
Yeah, yes, carry on.
Okay.
Yes, thank you.
Great. Evagrius' theory of spiritual progress entails a movement from a practice, as I said, to the nuptial metaphor of the Song of Songs. And in this movement or this description, he is clearly adapting Origen's model of both biblical exegesis and spiritual growth, as Origen describes in his prologue to the Song of Songs, as we see here. This is Origen's text with Rufinus's Latin translation. A movement from Origen says, Proverbs to Ecclesiastes to the Song of Songs, from ethics to physics to enoptics. And with Evagrius, it's from ethics to physics to theology, and he claims that he believes, along with Origen, although he doesn't mention Origen by name, that ethics corresponds to Proverbs, Ecclesiastes corresponds to physics, and theology corresponds to the Song of Songs. To a very limited extent, this is found in his Scholia on Proverbs and Ecclesiastes. However, it is very true that examples can be found in both these collections of scholia representing all three disciplines of practici, physici, and theologici. Evagrius' approach to biblical exegesis is intimately intertwined with his model of spiritual progress. The triad of practici, physici, and theologici represent both levels of exegesis and models of progress. Evagrius believed that exegesis involves the exercise of contemplation that requires the expertise of the teacher and spiritual guide he calls gnostikos. And as we have described, and as Robin described in wonderful detail, like Clement of Alexandria, Evagrius was eager to reclaim the words gnosis and gnostikos for Orthodox Christian theology. Evagrius Gnostikos is a contemplative who strives to perceive both the self and the cosmos from the perspective of a divine origin and destiny. And we were reminded in Charles's paper exactly what that destiny is bound to become. Constantly exercising the virtue of prudence and the art of discernment in determining, the practicos determines, that is, what his hearers may profitably be taught. Evagrius Gnostikos is a virtuous teacher who has overcome the 8 deadly thoughts, the logismoi of gluttony, avarice, lust, wrath, acedia, sadness, vainglory, and pride through ascetical practice and prayer. Having attained love, agape, and freedom from compulsions, that is, apatheia, the Gnostikos is able to engage in contemplation of the deeper meanings, the logoi of sacred scripture and of creation, and to teach others what is necessary for their spiritual progress. And so we turn briefly to Evagrius' guide to contemplative exegesis in chapter 18 of his text, Gnostikos. And here, for full disclosure, the text of the Gnostikos, as we have been reminded in these conferences, survives principally in 3 Syriac versions and some Greek fragments. The translation is my own, together with Frankenberg's 1912 Greek retroversion from Syriac, lacking diacritical marks. So the Greek, and indeed my translation, is a probable best guess. Evagrius begins his exegetical recommendation with acknowledgement that biblical texts may be understood literally and allegorically. As we have mentioned, Evagrius by no means ignores or neglects the literal or historical sense of biblical texts, especially in the Anti-Reticos, where he recommends verses intended to contradict demonic temptations. In the Anti-Reticos, the texts are to be interpreted and applied almost exclusively in the literal sense. In the Scholia, however, Evagrius is principally interested in the threefold levels of practici and physici and theologici. And in the sections that I have artificially labeled 1a, 1b, and 1c, he highlights the different levels of practici, that is, ascetical practice, adopting ascesis and the quest of virtue to the threefold Platonic model of the self, that is to say, of nous, thumikon, and epithumetikon. So here, as in many other places, Evagrius highlights the importance for exegesis of what we might call the microcosm of the individual soul, the interior universe where the struggle against temptation and the contemplative search for the divine logoi take place. Another way that Evagrius depicts the contemplative exegetical project is by shifting to the macrocosm of creation, highlighting the importance of reading both the book of the scriptures and what he calls the book of God. Here in Evagrius' 8th Scholion on Psalm 138, the contemplative teacher and spiritual guide is reminded that the divine purposes and intentions, the logoi, are scattered not only throughout the biblical text, but also in the cosmic world of salvation history and eschatology. In the book that is the history and destiny of creation itself, the personal salvation history of the contemplative exegete is itself mysteriously written in this cosmic book, where two particular logoi are to be emphasized or to be found. Two divine purposes will predominate, namely the logoi of providence and judgment. And as we know, this phrase recurs throughout Evagrius' works. Here, as he describes for us, providence is understood in everything that God does, principally, as we will see, through intermediaries to facilitate our growth in virtue and knowledge, and judgment is perceptible in the rich diversities of bodies and worlds that God has provided as workplaces where the various reasoning beings, the logikoi, labor and struggle in the journey towards reunion with God. To put it another way, when we see how complex is the universe that God has created, what we are seeing are the many different paths and means that God has provided for spiritual progress and reunion with God. These two logoi, providence and judgment, merit closer inspection. Here in this 7th Scholion on Psalm 16, Evagrius interprets the image of the hand of God and interprets it as a symbol of the means by which God mediates his providential love, namely, God's compassionate concern as mediated through the holy angels. This is an important point for Evagrius. Grace is mediated, and the mediation of this grace entails struggle, or as he puts it himself, or as he puts it in this context, opposition. And similarly, in his Scholion on Ecclesiastes 5:7, Evagrius describes how God's providence is manifested through a series of intermediaries. First, through Christ, then through the angels, and these angels are knowledgeable of terrestrial concerns, of the things that are on earth. Thus, the logos of providence is not only an affirmation of divine charity on behalf of creation, but an assertion that grace is mediated through successive ranks of logikoi, that is, embodied beings. Evagrius employs the term providence, pronoia, to highlight both the divine gift of free will and God's ongoing provision to reasoning beings, to the logikoi, of what each requires in order to return to divine union. God's providential care is always mediated, transmitted to the different ranks of the logikoi, chiefly by other, usually higher-ranking logikoi. All of the logikoi, especially those above the human level, are entrusted with responsibility for mediating divine providence to those beneath them. As he describes here, at the summit of this great cascade of divine compassion, there is Christ who watches over all. Excuse me. In his text on prayer and in the Kephalaia Gnostica, Evagrius explains that the Gnostikos' progress in contemplation enables him to share in the providential angelic practice of praying for others, aiding them in their spiritual struggle, and curing by teaching them how to increase in virtue and knowledge. The knowledge he communicates carries with it, in turn, an impulse, almost a compulsion, to assist others. Thus, the Logos of Providence enables the Gnostikos both to bear in mind God's constant ministering presence in all human circumstances and to recall that grace is mediated, often by friends, acquaintances, abbas, amas, and even angels, who facilitate these acts of free choice that enable reasoning beings to make spiritual progress. In serving as a spiritual guide, the Gnostikos always proceeds from the conviction that God's providential guidance is somehow perceptible, however obscurely, in all human circumstances, even, as Evagrius comments elsewhere, when it is perceived as abandonment by God. We turn now to the Logos of Judgment. For Evagrius, the Logos of Judgment, or of krisis, does not refer to retributive punishment or condemnation. It describes instead God's gift to all reasoning beings of the bodies and environments, the worlds, they require in order to make spiritual progress and thus return to union with God. Judgment, krisis, describes a series of progressive transformations, or as he calls them here, changes, the passage to one body or another, the change from one body to another. The first judgment was God's original providential creation of the material universe in response to the kinesis, or fall, of the reasoning beings he had brought into being. Subsequent to this first judgment, all reasoning beings will now undergo a series of transformations, as depicted here, at which each receives a new body and environment suited to its changed spiritual state, that is, either to an angelic transformation, or, as he puts it here, a transformation to a darkened and gloomy body. The final judgment is that complete transformation that will restore all things to union with God. In his 275th Scholion on Proverbs, excuse me, Evagrius insists that krisis judgment should not be understood as vindictive judgment or timoria. Punishment is one thing and judgment is another. Evagrius may be using this term, krisis, as it was employed in ancient medical vocabulary, where Hippocrates and Galen used it as a technical term to describe a critical period that heralds a change leading either to improvement or deterioration in the patient's condition. Evagrius similarly uses krisis to describe a fundamental transformation that facilitates movement either upwards towards virtue and knowledge or downwards into vice and ignorance. Meditation on the Logos of Judgment thus enables the Gnostikos to interpret the rich diversity of the cosmos, including the unique qualities and circumstances of each person, as God's gracious gift of a specific environment and body that will best facilitate the return of each reasoning being to that divine unity from which all have fallen. The complexity and variety of creation and of human experience, that is to say, an age corresponding to its state, should thus serve as a constant reminder to the Gnostikos of the divine paths and circumstances that lead to God. In 4 chapters of his text De Oratione, Evagrius provides a unique insight into the experiential matrix out of which his contemplative exegesis most likely emerged, namely, the 4th century liturgical practice of alternating psalmody and prayer. And I'm about to review very briefly what we know of the monastic practice of this alternating rhythm involving a change in posture, but I should add that this should be by no means restricted to the monastic culture. We know from pilgrims like Egeria that in fact this movement, literal movement of the body and movement from one mode of presence to another, was characteristic not only of monastic culture, but also of the cathedral liturgical practice as well. Evagrius is described by his biographer Palladius, although Robin has warned us that Palladius may not always be reliable, as having spent a substantial proportion of each day engaging in the discipline of psalmody. It would be more accurate to describe this monastic practice as an oscillating rhythm of psalmody and prayer. In Christian liturgical practice of the late 4th century, and especially in monastic communities, the term psalmodia referred to individual or communal chanting of psalms, which was interrupted at regular intervals by pauses for prayer. According to Evagrius' disciple John Cassian, and also attested in the Apothegmata and elsewhere, these pauses for prayer occurred at the end of psalms or between divisions in longer psalms, and generally entailed a change or a series of changes in ritual posture, namely from sitting to standing or a full prostration. And of course, this practice of regular prostrations in prayer has been continued almost continuously, particularly in the Byzantine tradition. The prayer that was offered during these pauses could be vocal or silent, and of variable duration, although generally not protracted, depending on circumstances and local practice. This intimate relationship between chanted psalmody and prayer was such that late 4th century sources, including the Apothegmata, often referred to the monastic practice of psalmody as simply the psalms and prayer, or simply as the prayers. In On Prayer 82 to 85, Evagrius describes the spiritual significance of this intertwining rhythm of psalmody and silent prayer. We note first his description of the purpose of psalmody. The chanting of psalms is to be performed, he says, with understanding and good rhythm. Some have interpreted eurythmos to mean something like pay attention to the choir master, don't do your own thing. But in any case, with understanding and good rhythm. Chanting the Psalms teaches the contemplative to behold the created order in all its richness and historical complexity, because as he puts it, psalmody pertains to multiform wisdom. Psalmody pertains to what we've already described, what has already been mentioned, is this poikili sophia, this richly varied wisdom. This, by the way, is an allusion to Ephesians 3:9-10, quote, the plan of the mystery hidden for ages in God who created all things, that through the church, the manifold wisdom of God, polou poikilos sophia tou theou, might now be made known to the principalities and powers in the heavenly places, end quote. For St. Paul, it is the church that reflects the richly variegated, the polou poikilos wisdom of God. For Evagrius, however, wisdom is both a Christian virtue and a title of Christ. Evagrius portrays the chanting of psalms as an opening of the nous to the multiform wisdom of creation that also enables the nous to progress from the complex literal sense of the psalm to a clearer focus on the deeper symbolic or allegorical meaning of the words. Thus, in psalmody, the nous can both perceive the beauty inherent in the variety of creation and also ascend from the complexity of sacred history to the perception of the inner meaning or power the dynamis of the psalm. Throughout his scholia on Psalms, Evagrius frequently invokes the example and encouragement of angels, who, as he puts it, constantly see the face of God. And this is a quote from Matthew 18. This verse from the Gospel of Matthew serves for him as an invitation to seek the face of God, both in the divine simplicity and in the complex divine purposes, logoi, hidden beneath the surface of created things. And now, with regard to the intervals of prayer that regularly punctuate psalmody, these represent a further elevation of the nous from the perception of created complexity to the higher contemplation of divine simplicity. Such prayer, Evagrius maintains, is to be offered gently and undisturbed. It, he says, arouses the nous to activate its own proper activity, its own energeia. Prayer is the power befitting the dignity of the nous. It is the nous highest and purest power and function. Prayer, he says, is the prelude to immaterial and uniform knowledge. The prayer that interrupts the psalmody regularly thus prepares for an ascent from material concerns toward formless and immaterial wisdom. Or I should say, from formless and immaterial knowledge. Prayer is thus a preparation for a movement beyond wisdom pertaining to the complex created order into knowledge of the God who is simple, or literally non-complex, that is, oi apokelos. And in conclusion, it would not be an exaggeration, although it could certainly be considered a strange metaphor, to use of one who lived in the Egyptian desert, to say that Evagrius swam daily in an ocean of sacred scripture. His biographer Palladius, and again, perhaps he's less than trustworthy at this point, but this practice is attested in many of Evagrius' contemporaries in the Egyptian desert. Palladius claims that Evagrius prayed 100 psalms each day, engaged in 100 practices of alternating rhythm of psalmody and prayer, which means that the Bible, and especially the Psalter, was his constant companion and enjoyed his constant attention. Even though clear citations or explicit references to biblical texts are less frequent in his ascetical and mystical treatises than some modern spiritual writers would like, Evagrius' search for the divine logoi in the sacred text was a constant undertaking. The recently published critical edition of Evagrius' Scholia on Psalms, together with the already available editions of his Scholia on Proverbs and on Ecclesiastes, now make possible a more integrated assessment of his literary heritage. We are accustomed to distinguish, and we've looked at these distinctions here, between Evagrius the philosopher, Evagrius the monk and ascetical psychologist, perhaps on the one hand, and on the other, Evagrius the mystic, whose use of illusion and paradox anticipates the later category of apophatic spirituality. I would suggest that these are aspects of the same project, and that the notion of Evagrius that unites them is that of Evagrius, the contemplative exegete. The passages we have noted from the De Oratione on psalmody and prayer afford a unique window into Evagrius' own inner experience as he engaged in the frequent monastic practice of reciting and praying the Psalter. It is my hope that an awareness of this window into Evagrius' constant role as contemplative exegete, or at least his frequent, daily, regular explication of the sacred text, may enable us to more clearly perceive and describe the unity of his spiritual vision. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I will now like to turn to our respondent, Professor Peter Cowie, to offer comments to both papers. and then we'll open up for discussion after that. Professor Kelly.
Thank you. Yeah, so I think it's this panel has been very interesting in developing some of the themes that we've seen already, particularly earlier on this afternoon. This question of movement and dynamism, I think, is very clearly represented in both these presentations. I'd like to thank both of the speakers for their very clear exposition. Fundamentally, I think that one of the key elements to emerge from this was noted by the second in terms of being different aspects of the same process. Fundamentally, that they both appear very significant in terms of being complementary in terms of their approach. One thing that I think is very striking and perhaps would be interesting to further explore is that the stimulus in the first seems to have been focused very much on the act of writing, whereas in the second, we see that it's more emphasizes the role of reading, and that, again, these two processes may in very significant ways be complementary. I was very struck also by the role of medical material in both of these, particularly the reference then to Croesus from the Galenic school. And I was curious to get maybe a clearer sense of what the precise role of that was in this context with regard to the provoking of movement in terms of the impact of psalmody and the prayers intercalated within that. One of the other things that I thought was very striking was the issue fundamentally in the first. Clearly, this was very much associated with the notion of wonder and being caught up, and therefore more of a focus on being borne along, and therefore much less emphasis being placed on activity. But at the same time, I'm curious, perhaps Professor Strang might highlight a little more something of the background of wonder. So how does this wonder come about? And in particular, what would be the role of the individual in this aspect, in this process, in this fundamentally this activity, particularly in terms of participation? Obviously, I think it's very important that the models are taken from more inanimate creation, so the river, sea. However, obviously, the human being is a much more complex structure, and I was very curious to get a sense then of how that would be factored in terms of the understanding of this process on a human level. One of the other points that I thought was very interesting, and this was continually referenced in the second, was the reference. So obviously, the roles of providence and judgment are very much complementary. Fundamentally, they direct the human on the same ultimate path towards divine union with the divine. However, one of the things that I thought was very striking was that so part of the major aspect of divine providence was mediated through angels. So angels, their concern for the sensible world. So the introduction then of the Gnostikos to the angelic practice of prayer without ceasing. There presumably were, yes, and leading through asceticism towards the gaining of an angelic body. One of the things which I thought was very striking there is that the parallel then with the situation of angels that was not referenced in the first presentation. So fundamentally, we see that the ultimate goal of the human is to achieve a situation of eternity, but at the same time from a position of having been created. So being like God ultimately, but not in terms of origin. And of course, fundamentally, this is a description of the situation of the angelic realm. So I was curious to see whether that played some role also in our understanding of this first this letter. These are the major impacts that I drew from the combination of those two very interesting presentations.
Can we give a minute to Father Geisinger or Professor Stang if you want to respond or comment to Professor Cowie's feedback, and then we'll transition to questions from the audience, but only from online.
Sure. Just a brief note. The question was asked with regard to the use of the Galenic model of crisis, of a critical moment in the development of an illness. Does this apply in some sense to Evagrius? I think it does, because if one looks at what was intended, if you find in Galen and in a variety of ancient medical sources, not just a sense of, okay, this happens, but if you know when this is going to happen, then you can intervene in a way that will help the individual. If you know when the crisis is likely to happen, you can, it was thought, provide a certain kind of remedy, offer a certain kind of medication. And so the idea was that the awareness of the crisis enables you to more effectively intervene in a way that leads towards health. And I think in a perhaps more a sort of a almost eschatological sense, then yes, from the standpoint of the Christian who seeks to participate in a sort of angelic practice or to become an ostikos or to become a mediator of grace, yes, an awareness of the fact that there are these changes that take place, these moments of transformation, literally acquiring a new body, a gloomy body, an angelic body, but understood that they also happen throughout life. There can be real transformations or changes, and this is a question that Charles raised, that's raised in the letter to Melania. You can intervene when you see these moments, or if you're aware that there is an important moment of change. I believe that's a very, very sound and fundamental ancient medical insight, which, yes, I do believe is active in Evagrius as well.
Shall I respond to Professor Cowie as well? If you don't mind, thank you so much, Professor Cowie. Those were wonderfully astute remarks. I will say, with respect to wonder and its role more widely in Evagrius's thought, I haven't yet had a chance to follow up on precisely that. That is to say, this is a fairly fresh reading of the letter for me, and I look forward to now going back through the corpus and seeing whether and how wonder is as significant as it is in this letter. And I imagine people in this room and on this Zoom can help me in that effort. With respect to the angels, I suppose the only thing I would say is it raises the question for me of whether Evagrius follows Origen's understanding of angels, and for that matter, demons, as essentially our sibling rational creatures, in which case angels and demons we will all enjoy that same eventual end that Evagrius specifies in the letter of being eternal, having a beginning but no end. So essentially, we'll all be put in that same condition of being unfallen, or will be restored to that condition of being unfallen minds. So thank you again.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Professor Stain. I would like to now take a question from in-person audience, either joining us here in the main audience or around the table before I transition back to Zoom. Any questions, comments, feedback? Yes, Professor Jordan.
Thank you both, fellow translators. And a couple of questions for you, Charlie. Since this is so fresh for you, I'm curious to know what your impression is of the quality of the Syriac translator. In one of his many recent books, Bunga speculates that the Syriac translator censured material when translating the letter to Melania the same way the translator did for the Epistola Fidei. I'd love to hear your impression. The second thing is to press a little bit on the angels and demons thing. The Kepleia Gnostica also has a lot to say about Kiona, about nature. Phusis appears more than 100 times. And the angels and the demons are front and center in that story, but they seem to be totally absent in in the letter Melania, and why?
Yeah, good to hear from you, Joel. I don't know why the angels and the demons are absent from the letter to Melania. That's something I'll ponder. As to whether the letter is boulderized as, say, S1 was boulderized, or rendered more palatable to Orthodox tastes. How can I put this? If someone had wanted to soften the edge of the letter to Melania, I would have thought that that a translator would have modified the account of the minds melting back into God with no difference, because that is a pretty audacious description. The only text I can think of that picks it up is the Book of Holy Hierotheus, and it's possible that the Book of Holy Hierotheus is picking that up, which we tend to think of as a kind of a rather extreme form of Origenism. So I suppose I'll be happy to think further about that, but my first reaction is, if it was boulderized or in some way really significantly changed by the Syriac translator, I wonder why he wouldn't change that particular passage.
Yeah, may I? Yeah, thank you very much, Professor Stang, for your presentation. And indeed, the letter to Melania must be tackled more. We focus on other texts, so maybe the letter to Melania now it should be placed at the center of the table. And I would only suggest, based on an article of Bettiolo, which is in Italian, I'm sorry, that in the scholion to the Psalm 109, Evagrius stresses that the incarnation and the crucifixion are the real moment where the power of God shows up, and these are against nature, as you also said in your presentation. So maybe this is a theme I think to develop. And then thinking about what Joel asks about, because angels are not present in the letter to Melania, I think that also Bettiolo has a deep reflection on that, namely that and you also, Professor Stang, said that here Evagrius reflects more on the letter as the epistle, but the letter also as the word spoken by God in the creation. We can say logos has a more, we can say, profound meaning in Greek, and it can be used also as a discourse. A translation for it's like memra in Syriac, mimro. And so I think that here Evagrius develops another way of mediation, not through angels, but through letters in many meanings. I don't know if Professor Stang agrees, and also I think you wrote an article a few years ago about that, also on the gift of letter.
Thank you. If I may just briefly respond, I would say, first of all, if you wouldn't mind sending me the Bettiolo reference, I'd be interested to follow up with that. And indeed, I have written one piece on the Great Letter before, in which I was interested in the use of Ithiwatha letters, and possibly that being translated a translation of grammata. But my views on that may change after I finish this commentary. But in any case, the Bettiolo article will be enormously helpful for me. Thank you for that point.
I have Professor Misarjek's hand is up. I would like to give you the opportunity to ask a question, Professor.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Charles, especially for your English pronunciation, which is very important for us foreigners. I understood everything without any problem. Maybe it's a question of connection also, but thank you. I have a couple of questions to you. First of all, I'm preparing a Polish translation of the letter to Melania. So I think now I have to wait for your edition. When the edition of the Syriac text and English translation would appear? I hope in September. I didn't hear. In September?
Well, I have it here. We have the edition and the translation ready to
already
go. So
prepared.
I can show you. I can
wow.
send this to you. Here it is. But it doesn't have the commentary with the understanding that
waiting for the commentary. Anyway, in the September it should be printed.
Probably not. No, it won't be printed until
October,
next summer.
October, November.
Yeah.
Okay, so I have to wait. Second question: what is the basic text of the Syriac manuscript?
Oh,
did you prepare the critical edition of the Syriac manuscript, or just based on the one and then making some differences, or what kind of edition did you make of the Syriac edition?
Yeah, well, Adam is the one who's responsible for the critical edition, but all four manuscripts have been included in the critical apparatus. So you'll
see. It's a kind of critical edition.
Yes, but yes, exactly.
That's excellent. That's excellent. Very good. And the last question is that I have seen Susanna Elm in her commentary to the text to the Virgins. It's a kind of, I would say, maybe this strong affirmation from my part, but anyway, it's a kind of complex of inferiority of feminine monasticism, and she said that Evagrius neglected in some way women monasticism and women in general, because the text to the monachos, ad monachos, it's more serious, I would say, than to virgin. And here, in the letter to Melania, we see this huge and mystical explanation. How do you read it? How it is? How could we understand it? It's a letter to Melania, talking about the highest of the mystical experiences.
One of the great mysteries of this letter, of course, is first of all,
it right now, and so I'm asking you.
All right. So my own view, and again, this will be, and I'm not sure Adam and I fully agree on this. As I'm assuming most people in this room know that there's debate about whether this attribution to Melania is correct. There are those who think that it should not be, that it was not addressed to Melania, but more likely to Rufinus or some other advanced male monastic, Gnosticos. I myself find intriguing the idea that this was sent to Melania. I know that has some philological challenges because the Syriac letter addresses a male addressee at least 3 times. There's ways around that. I tend to think that what we have, and this I can't demonstrate this, but I tend to think that Evagrius' relationship with Melania, he regarded her as a Gnostica. So that is to say, a teacher on his level, and so
of the advanced spiritual people. Yeah.
Exactly. So I feel that this is, and I tend to think that this is a letter, and I think the end of the letter invites us to consider that he's approaching the end of. I think he knows the end is near. To be perfectly honest. And one of the things he's doing is writing one of the few people in his life who was a peer. That's my view.
Very interesting. Have
Professor Stang, a very short question. Paul Jean made a new critical edition of the letter. Did you find? Are you proposing a different text? Have you? Will be a different choose? There will be differences with the critical edition of Jean publication in Tous Chrétiens, or it is almost.
Yes, it's different. It's different. I believe Jehan has just 3 manuscripts.
Four.
Does he have all 4? Okay. Yeah. I have it in the other room, but I didn't check. But yes, we've conducted our own, made our own edition.
Okay.
But what will be the difference? Can you tell?
I have not gone through ours with Jehan's next to each other, so I can't tell you right now what the precise differences are, or if they're of any significance. And I've used Jehan's I've consulted his translation and notes, which of course are excellent. So this is not meant to. There's no implicit criticism of his work at all in this. This is simply our attempt to bring this text into English with a usable edition, and what Jehan does not have, I think, is of course a commentary, and this letter requires it.
Yeah.
If I may ask a question, because you have gone just so deeply into this text. So more generally, does Evagrius consider that all the creatures were created within the divine substance, or is the original Hanad created substance? Because how is it in Evagrius? If we look at the entire picture, this is why it is so intriguing, because apparently in the 6th century there were 2 interpretations. It seems that the Protoptists thought it was within the divine substance, and the Isochrists thought it was created in us. So what is Evagrius' view?
Well, these are wonderful questions. I don't know even who asked that question, I'm afraid, but who was that?
Me.
Yeah, Professor Istvan.
Charles, we know each other.
Oh, Istvan. Oh, nice to. No, Istvan, I don't know that I can answer that question on the spot. Would you mind putting it to me in an email so that I can properly ponder it?
Yes, definitely.
Thank you.
Years.
Let's have a proper letter exchange, Istvan. Okay.
One more thing, in fact, this is really considered as the boldest speculation Evagrius have ever had, and this is what Guillaume says in his Kepha Agnostica and the history of Origenism. But something seems not to have been considered here, namely that it is not bolder than Gregory of Nazianzus' funerary speech about his brother Caesarius. He says the same thing. I was just looking into the critical edition of Jean, whether he mentions this source, and he doesn't.
Yes.
Because it is there that we read that at the end, and he says it about Caesarius, the body will be absorbed into the soul will be absorbed into the intellect, and the intellect will be absorbed into God.
Yes.
The same doctrine.
Yes, I saw it in Jehan's edition as well. I think it's it is something to be followed up. So what you're saying is, however bold it is, it's not necessarily Evagrius's audacity. It goes to the theologian.
The theologian about whom we don't think normally that he was an originalist.
I think he's pretty daring. But in any case, I thank you for that, and I will follow up on it in my own commentary.
Please. Thank you.
If I may.
Yes.
Well, I'm not so convinced that the nous would be absorbed by God. In my view, according to Evagrius, there will be kept the individuality of human being, and angelic and demonic also. There will be not the kind of absorption at the end of the words, all this logikoi into the God. I don't see in my reading the Evagrian text this kind of procession. But because I've lost the connection with Charles, and so my final question is, Charles, would you agree that the letter is really addressed to Melania?
So first of all, I don't know who's asking that question.
Leszek Michalczyk.
Oh, there you are, Leszek. I'm sorry. Again,
no,
yes.
Again, that's me.
Yes, thank you, Leszek. Look, I don't know that we can settle the question of who is the addressee of this letter.
Mm-hmm.
So, and Adam and I still have to sort this out.
How do you resolve it in your edition?
Well, we resolve it in the translation as translating it. We just translate it as my dear friend.
Yeah.
And then it will be something that he and I have to argue out in the introduction and the commentary. Yeah, I would. So to be determined how we land this plane.
Yeah.
But as I said, I am inclined to think that this relationship with Melania is significant and meaningful enough that it can bear the weight of this letter.
Thank you. It's very important what you said before, that Evagrius considered Melania as agnostica.
Yeah,
that's very important for the for the feminine monasticism in the 4th century, because sometimes we have the problem to put it in the right way, and that's also very important. Because I all the time reading this letter, I was wondering how it's possible to present to the woman or women this kind of very sophisticated reflection, but it was possible because maybe our view is wrong. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you, Father Deisinger, Professor Stang. Thank you so much for joining us from very far and very, from home and also from your travels. I very much appreciate. Thank you for making the arrangements to be present with us. This concludes our teacher. That was panel 8 tomorrow at 10 a.m. with our panel 9. Evagrius today in the Egyptian desert. We will hear from monks from Egypt and then carry on the rest of the day with more exciting presentations and several more panels. Another full day, actually. So please rest tonight. It's been really a joy and honor to have each of you, both in person and on Zoom, to offer your contributions. Essentially bridging the questions of the heart and the mind in so many different ways. The contemplative, the spirituality, the philosophical conversations, the theological, and all the various debates that will still remain not fully resolved, but yet very much intriguing, further inquisitive curiosity, cultivating curiosity for future conversations. So thank you.